Hi there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where it is Friday, which means, of course, Judgment Day for the remaining players in this week of action. Rhys Robinson already through to finals night, and over 2 sessions today, the remaining 5 places will be filled. A couple of them from Group C, which is about to resume. Here's a reminder of what happened on day 1. 2 places up for grabs at finals night, but Andy Hamilton may struggle to get one of them after the Hammer only picked up 1 win yesterday. Can he find a route to the top 2? Steve Brown keeps soldiering on despite back trouble, and with finishing like this, could still reach finals night. Like Brown, James Richardson is sitting on 4 points. He produced the maximum checkout yesterday and may need maximum points today. Jarno Bottenberg also found his finishing prowess on Thursday, making this stunning 161 seem like a piece of cake. Scott Taylor is also on 6 points and sits second in the table. This double delight helped him to one of 3 wins. But it's entertaining German David Schlichting who tops the table. The Turtle totaled 4 victories yesterday. Yeah, great day, very entertaining day yesterday. Matthew Egg was here to watch it. Matt, just give us your thoughts on what happened yesterday and how it leaves it for today.
I think you summarised it yourself there by saying entertaining. It was a very entertaining day, and I think everyone, in the words of The Rock, just brought it. And it was one of those sort of days where everyone rose their levels. Andy Hamilton sort of cut away a little bit at the bottom of the table, but it wasn't because his standard dropped too much from what we're used to seeing. It was just everyone played a little bit better than we sort of would have expected. It was a really, really good day, and it sets up perfectly for today. Yeah,
let's hope it is similar today. We'll take a look at the table at the halfway stage. All the fixtures will be reversed today. Schlichting top after 4 wins out of 5. How many players do you think are in contention for the top 2?
All of them, really. Andy Hamilton's got the ability to go through the card. He was only 4 points off his seasonal average. It just felt a lot worse at the time, but I think David Schlichting could be something they used a word for David Evans, a bit of a sitting duck, sort of at the top of the table there. His line of performance yesterday, I don't want to say fortunate, but there were certain performances where people didn't play their best game against him, and he was able to pick up those wins and took every opportunity. He was opportunistic in his approach play. But when you look at the people behind him, James Richardson, not really much of a range in performance. It's something I look, what's the worst average and what's the best average a player did? He was competitive in every single game to a very high standard. It just didn't go his way. Scott Taylor, over a 96 average for the day. That's what we'd normally say winning a week, not just winning a group. So I expect that he's going to be able to come through as well. Jarno Bottenberg, I've been mightily impressed with him all week, and again, impressed me even further. I think David Schlichting could be in trouble despite being top of the table.
Interesting analysis from Matthew Egger. Now, David Schlichting has made a massive move in the betting markets. He started as the outsider in this group, 16 to 1. He goes into Friday as the 11 to 8 favourite. But I guess what you're saying, Matt, is the bookies might have been right to start with.
I think they're probably right in bringing him in, but I think they've overreacted here. That is a massive market move, one of the biggest ones I've ever seen, and that presents value throughout the field. Bottenberg available at 7 to 2, Scott Taylor available at 2 to 1. I said last night that I think there was a good double across the card with Scott Taylor and Matty Dennant as group winner doubles. That double still exists now because Matty Dennant hasn't moved too much in the evening session, so that double across your group winners still exists, and Scott Taylor has been by far the standout player in terms of the line of performance. I do fear for David Schlichting and the bail.
Well, that's the prime time double, but we've got a treble for you in the form of the MODUS Super Series bet builder, which the players behind me seem pretty excited about. James Richardson versus Scott Taylor. The 180 markets seem to be dominated on the exchanges at the moment, don't they? Taylor to hit 2 at least in that match, Schlichting to hit at least 1 against Steve Brown, and then Bottenberg to hit at least 2 against Taylor. Pays just under 10 to 1.
This has been the markets all week. This has been where people have been going with these sort of selections. It's because we've got such a big 180 hitting group. Jarno Bottenberg is one of the best 180 hitters I've seen here at the Super Series. So maybe keep an eye on him throughout the day, especially in those games where they're going to go quite tight. If we get games that go quite short, that's where those markets can start becoming a bit tricky when you're looking for 2 180s and you might get a 4-0 or 4-1. However, a very competitive group, so I think there's going to be plenty of legs, so I don't think that's going to be a concern.
Right, as always, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus, of course. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling. The first match of 15 fixtures that will determine 2 players to go through to finals night. Scott Taylor against Steve Brown, and guiding you through the action today, it's Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much, and a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth for Decision Day at the Super Series. 5 players are going to book their passage safely through to tomorrow night's Darty Party in Pompey. And it is a situation that that man, Scott Taylor, is well accustomed to. Made it through to a Champions Night in the past. A weekly winner, a weekly runner-up. And he's looking to be back there once again. Up against him, Steve Brown, the 42-year-old Bristolian.
First
Who's hoping
leg,
to be
it's
a
Scott to throw
custodian
first.
come tomorrow night
Game on.
upon the live lounge. Jack Garwood is your referee for all the afternoon's action, and it is Taylor who throws the first darts in earnest on this bumper
140.
double session Friday here on the South Coast. It's a very, very good afternoon to Matthew Edgar. Good day.
21.
Afternoon, not morning. I will remember that from yesterday's mistake. You live and you learn.
Such as this is Scott Taylor and not Scott Mitchell.
120.
That didn't take long, did it? What was that? 9 darts, and we've already had something a little bit funky.
140.
Pricing this up, the odds compilers have Scott Taylor at 2 to 7 and Steve Brown a heavy outside of 5 to 2.
121.
Can't argue with that, really, can you? Off the basis of what we saw from Scotty Taylor yesterday, it was a
100.
very polished performance.
Scott, you require
very high standard.
120.
96.5, the average. It's very, very unfortunate to leave here with just 6 points. With that sort of level, you'd expect to be leaving
Game
with the
shot
10.
on the first leg, Scott Taylor.
That's how you open your campaign. 12 data from Scotty T.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
A ton plus checkout, a 12 dart leg to kickstart the campaign. The perfect start
45.
as far as Scott Taylor is concerned. He had a ton topper yesterday, the 133 in that 4-2 victory against James Richardson.
59.
And actually, if you delve into his stats in comparison to his last appearance in this series, he played in week 2.
140.
His average yesterday was 7 points up on the overall average from last time out. And his checkout ratio was up by almost 8 percentage
57.
points from the last time he was here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. 42% in comparison to 34.5%.
And you know why that is?
21.
Because of the calendar. Look at the time of year it is. We're coming up to the back end of the year. This is where the business end is. This is where those tours like the Challenge Tour will conclude, and you
95.
get those opportunities to win those tour cards, World Championship spots, UK Open spots for next year. Free places at Q School available.
100.
Direct through to Phase 2 places available. There is so much available to the players at this time of year. And then even if you don't
134.
get in those positions at the conclusion of those tours, you've also then got Q School early January. If you're going to play well, it needs to start now.
100. Scott, you require 156.
Starting well now is Taylor. He's left another finish after 12. The 156 is not on now. And so Brown comes back for
120.
95, and he needs to take
Steve, you
this
require
just a whole
95.
throw of his opponent sat waiting on double 18.
57. Scott, you
From the
require
second
36.
Steve Brown missed that double 19, you could see Scott Taylor preparing himself for this shot.
Game shot on the
Delivers,
second leg,
doubles his
Scott
lead,
Taylor.
breaks the throw. And of all those things I've just mentioned about why you want to play well at this time of the year, there's a big
Third
one
leg, it's
that
Scott
I
to throw
didn't add
first.
to that list.
Game on.
It's a big one that will be well and truly in the minds of all the players this week. And that is
100.
Champions Week. This is the time to win. You don't want to be winning week 1, ideally. The best time to win is week 10,
100.
11 or 12, so that you can come straight into Champions Week full of form and confidence. In sport,
100.
3 months is a long time. And if you win week 1, and then I sat around for 11 weeks waiting,
140.
that form can just disappear during that time. Chris Mason had the right week, didn't he? Won week 12, went straight into Champions Week.
41.
This week was actually the year anniversary of that particular trial. That was on Sunday when he beat Tony O'Shea
40.
in the final. Everybody loves Tony O'Shea, and I know he's a regular viewer to this. So if you are tuning in, Tone, it's a very good afternoon to you, my friend. I hope you're keeping well up in sunny Stockport.
$123.
I believe he's playing at the World Seniors in February, so no doubt we'll see him down here in preparation
45.
for that.
Scott, you require 137.
But this is a
97.
fine, polished, professional performance here from Scotty T.
70. Scott, you require
Tops for a
40.
3-0 lead, average ticking just underneath a ton. Steve Brown has had nothing by way of response so far. But that
30.
double 10 not going has just opened up
Steve,
the
you
window of
require
opportunity here for the
106.
Bomber, who has 106 to half the deficit. It's going to be a dart at tops. The target Taylor's
Game
just
shot on the
missed.
third
It's the
leg.
one that
Steve
Brown has
Brown.
just hit. And he lets out a bit of a celebration to let his opponent know. He's fired up all right.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
It's got to be said, that's a feature of Steve Brown this week. Those sort of finishing, the double in, it's been very, very strong. The issue's been getting down to the
30.
doubles.
However, a
89.
bit like Scotland from his last appearance compared to Group A, Steve Brown has put 7 points on his average. In Group A, over the course of 3 days, he averaged 77.85, 32% when it came to the finishing. Yesterday, an average of 84.01
134.
over the course of 5 games. And as far as the doubling was concerned yesterday, that went up as well from a margin of 32% to 42%. So a 10% difference in terms of the doubling stats.
95.
However, a game that Scott Taylor was dominating could just change
50.
here because Brown, yes, it's 1-4-1, but his first to a finish in this leg.
And maybe that's just the thing that's
59.
missing from Scott Taylor's
Steve, you
game.
require
When
141.
you look at players, you think, why haven't they got a tour card with the level of performance they're throwing? Sometimes it's understanding how to turn that performance into results. We see people get results beyond
65.
the performance that it would show.
Scott,
in
you
terms of
require
the numbers.
124.
It's a dart at the ball for 3-1. It's a dart at the ball missed.
93.
And it could
Steve,
be
you require
opportunity missed for Scott
76.
Taylor as Brown comes back for 76. He's had 2 in his hand at double 8.
68.
But now the Bombers spurnt an opportunity.
Scott, you require 31.
And provides the opportunity for Scott Taylor to get that advantage back. The breaker throw is on again. Steve Brown watches on the monitor.
7.
And I like what he sees over on that TV screen. He might be
Steve, you
adopting
require
that technique
8.
a few times. Tend to find if something works, you go with it again.
He'd like to clip this up if it goes, but it
4.
doesn't go. And so he's going to have to goggle box dart again.
Scott, you
Don't watch
require
the telly,
24.
Steve. It worked last time. I don't know if he's a superstitious guy or not.
Might just be enjoying a bit of bargain hunt on that screen. Double 12
Game
for
shot on
Taylor.
the fourth leg. Scott
And he's
Taylor.
hunted his way into a 3-1 lead.
Now, this is something that actually happens quite a lot as well when you're on stage.
Fifth leg, it's Scott
It's
to throw
something
first. Game
I
on.
started doing when I was on stage and then realised a lot of other people do it. And I didn't realise it even existed till I started doing it. And you'll see people like Peter Wright, probably the most prominent player who does
57.
this. When your opponent's on a shot or a big shot and you watch it on the screen or the monitors, it almost disconnects you from the realization of the match that you're in.
136.
It's like you're watching through different eyes rather than through the eyes of a player. And you tend to just find it's easier to cope with when you
46.
watch it through the TV monitor. Watch Peter Wright the next time he's playing. When he's stood at the back of the stage, you'll be watching the game on the big screen.
60.
All those sort of key moments.
The I'm not even going to attempt that.
Well, you tried twice, so...
82.
Decompartmentalised, that's the word.
135.
Well, we saw James Richardson reel in the fish yesterday. Steve doesn't have to
96.
go for this.
Steve, you require
But
170.
it may just be the thing that lights up the blue touch paper for Brown. But now he's got to be a little bit careful.
11.
He's got to be a little bit careful because he's left himself on a no out. And suddenly, from having 6 starts to win the leg, he's allowed his opponent, Scott Taylor, 6 starts to win the match.
Who finds it hilarious? Don't you just love darts?
Oh, my opponent's just missed. Ha, ha, ha.
Here comes a 180. Just to compound the misery.
140.
He'd have had something to laugh about then if he'd have left tops. He's left it quite handy. Should get at least a dart
137.
despite the setup play
Scott,
from
you
Steve
require
Brown.
80.
He's going to get 2. And it's going to be a double 10. To put himself top of the pile
70.
temporarily, the opportunity has
Steve,
come and
you
it has
require
gone.
22.
He has spurned 2 match-winning opportunities. Can Steve Brown step in on double 11? He's still smiling in the background, Scott Taylor.
Game shot on a 5th leg. Steve Brown.
But it might be going upside down and turning into a frown because he's still got work to do.
6th leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I don't think you need to be a perfect lip reader
60.
to understand what Scott was gesticulating there.
I
95.
think he's thinking, cool, blimey. I should have won by now.
125.
But we've seen the perils and the dangers of keeping Steve Brown alive in games.
66.
Big last start there, just rescuing the situation for Scott Taylor.
95.
But Brown is in the ascendancy here. And he's pushing for that deciding leg.
83.
And Scott Taylor has just gone off the boil at the worst possible point in this match. Steve Brown is finding a bit of a purple patch about now.
95.
He's going to get a go at 126, but under how much pressure? Scott's found his scoring boots again. He has found the first max of the
Steve
match and the
require
first max of the
126.
day, but it may be insurmountable if Brown can find the bull.
84. Scott, you
Big
require
180 has given himself
77.
the opportunity. Well, it's 2 singles to the double for the match.
Game
and on
shot
this
and the
occasion,
match.
Scott
Scott
Taylor gets
Taylor.
over the line. A good, valiant fight there from Steve Brown. He brought that one back. He made a game of it. He missed the bullseye to take us all the way. But Scott Taylor, the man who opened up the original favourite to win this group, finally gets himself onto the top. But he does have games in hand. David Schlichting will be up in a couple of games' time. But before that, Andy Hamilton takes on James Richardson.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Scott Taylor got his campaign for the day off to the perfect start, getting the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. Helped him par by a 120 checkout to start him on his road. Next up for us, James Richardson in action up against the Hammer, Andy Hamilton. It's match 2 of our day. It sees this man, the Hammer, Andy Hamilton, aged 56, from Stoke-on-Trent, the former World Championship runner-up back in 2012. He'll be making his debut at the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern Complex in Purfleet in February, up against a man who will be setting his eyes on the WDF World Championship when December calls in earnest. James Richardson, the 49-year-old from Rushden.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And only 49-year-old for a couple more months. He'll turn 50 at the start of January, which is going to pose some questions for what we'll see for the future of James Richardson. Will he be following in the footsteps of people like Andy Hamilton? Robert Thornton, who's up in next week's lineup, joining us in Group B, who is the back-to-back seniors world champion. We see James Richardson try and make a move towards Purfleet.
60.
If he does elect to play on that tour next year, he is going to be a dangerous commodity. Hamilton making his debut at that competition. And with darts like that, will be an almighty proposition.
I think these are two players that could make a march up the table. Obviously, both of them can't,
100.
which makes this game so, so important. Andy Hamilton said at the start, or the end of the show yesterday, I felt like he underperformed a little bit for the day. He only really did that in his opening game. The rest of the time, people
140.
just that little bit better than Andy Hamilton in those head-to-head clashes. But he's certainly been playing good darts throughout the year. Said he was feeling well coming here.
100. Andy, you require
I wouldn't be surprised.
136.
Yes, it's very, very improbable, but it still wouldn't surprise me that much if we was talking about him at the end of the day.
Well, Hamilton off to the brighter start of the 2 here, leaving 136 after 9. And he's going to set himself up for tops after 12 in this opening leg. Richardson slow out of the traps, but now looking to ignite himself.
$100.
Solid
Andy, you
time.
require
Hamilton
40.
back for tops to take the opening leg in the space of what we like to call the par for the course 5 visits.
Game shot on the
That's
first
a
leg.
13
Andy
dart
Hamilton.
start for Andy Hamilton, and he's out the gates much quicker than he was yesterday. It was a slow start for the Hammer, average
Second leg, it's James to
72.24
throw
in a
first.
4-0 defeat to
Game
David
on.
Schlichting. It's a much quicker start this time around, and if you actually take that performance out, the rest of what we saw yesterday was quite
95.
good. Even if you include that low average in there, his daily total amounted to 85.61. And as far as his daily checkout ratio is concerned, 12 from 36, which is bang on a third.
57.
Just a couple of points under his 12-month seasonal stats, but if we're going to break this down into blocks of throws, it wasn't like he needed
41.
any extra darts because he's still within that same street of visits. So it really was just that one performance and then a little bit of timing, just someone hitting the right thing against him at the right time or just missing a couple of opportunities.
57.
He's certainly competitive.
I think we've got our task for the day. We haven't done this
100.
for a little while. I haven't done this for a little while. So we're going to do it again. I'm going to set everybody who's watching at home, or wherever you are, a little bit of a task. And I want you to tweet into our social media channels at MSS Darts with Richardson on the cusp of 50. Who are the players in their late 40s or
140.
players in their 50s, maybe on the professional circuit, that you would like to see play in the World Seniors Championship in the next 5 years? Tweet us at MSS Darts.
171.
If you've got any other comments and observations, do tweet us in as well, as Richardson hits a maximum visit, 171, to leave himself on 94 to level this game.
$96. James, you require 94.
Double 18 for double top.
54.
Doesn't go.
Andy,
And
you
so
require
Hamilton here,
151.
151 for a 2-0 lead. There's the first. But he can't find the second.
91. James, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
0 faffing. And it's the lack of faffing that tends to build up
Third
the
leg,
confidence
it's Andy to
within
throw
the player.
first.
It's a process.
Game on.
You can't just buy it, eat it, or drink it. You have to go through it. I'm just going to send up
71.
one warning signal. Andy Hamilton started yesterday extremely well. First sort of 12 darts and then tailed off very quickly
42.
in the opening fixture. Just bringing that to the forefront of the brain.
$59. $82.
One thing you get about James Richardson is you'll get the full range of motion from him. He's very much a heart on sleeve type player. You know exactly how he's feeling at most moments, which actually is quite a contrast to his son Josh, who very much keeps a bit of a poker face about him.
140.
You are tuning in, Josh, watching your dad today. Hope you're keeping well. Look at the eyes. Look at those eyes.
$140.
If you bumped into him in the middle of a forest in Scandinavia, you'd run scared.
100.
So Richardson first to a finish in this third leg. Hamilton looking to keep it as handy as possible.
56.
He's not really successful in that task.
James, you
118
require
is when he requires if
137.
this doesn't go.
$97. Andy, you require 118.
He's left himself on top of the target he hit last time. But before he can have a shot at that, he's got to hope that Andy Hamilton doesn't take out the 112. And that's an ideal dart there for the hammer. Double 19.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Andy
that
Hamilton.
Is a hammer blow from the hammer. James Richardson did all he could, left himself on tops. After just 15
Fourth leg,
darts,
it's James
but
to throw
didn't get
first.
that extra visit
Game
that
on.
was required. Is this the reaction to that hammer blow?
26.
26, an opportunity now for Andy Hamilton to really take a march in this match.
And he is chastising himself at the back of the stage, Richardson. Good find with
80.
the last dart there from the hammer. Just to put his nose in front after the first round of throws in this leg. And at the minute, it feels like
42.
James is in a little bit of Shredsville.
And it's only getting worse, because if he turns around and takes a look at this dartboard, he's not going to like what he sees.
140.
Gonna have to find something big here. Hamilton has
60.
not just taken the throw, he's not just stolen the throw, he's burgled the throw. One thing you'll get from James is A huge lump of chalk.
96.
Usually keeps it in the pocket of his throwing hand, and he chalks himself up between visits, and that's
44.
to help with the grip element.
I think a lot of that comes down to personal professions as well. I know James Richardson worked in the building trade, which means a lot of use of the hands and heavy use of the hands, and it's going to end up changing
134.
the grip. I know a lot of people that work in the building trade tend to have like really aggressive grips on the dart just so they can feel them.
27. Andy, you require 51.
So 51 for Hamilton and a 3-1 lead, and he's got as much time as he wants. He could probably sit down in his front room, read a newspaper, have a cup of tea, and still have time to take out this double 16.
19.
Put your Pikachu slippers on because you've got a little bit of time, Andy.
That's one thing I never thought I'd associate with Andy Hamilton, Pikachu slippers.
125. Andy, you require 32.
Double 16 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
Found.
4 flag. Andy Hamilton.
Breaker throw accrued by the hammer, and now he throws to the match. And there you can see
5th flag,
James
it's Andy to
chalking
throw
his
first. Game on.
fingers. Just to help with that grip.
44.
Bit like that Wet, Wet, Wet song.
What song's that?
83.
You know when you feel it in the fingers?
Oh, that's where you're going with it. I'm really going to push for this tumbleweed button, I think.
95.
You shouldn't really put yourself down like that, Matt.
Well, when we talk
99.
about down, Andy Hamilton was down at the bottom of the table, and the way this one's going, and with the potential leg swing, Andy Hamilton could go from bottom up to 4th, and I did say that this is the sort of table I didn't think anyone was well and truly out of it as of yet.
140.
And I did think that Andy Hamilton could be someone we're potentially speaking about at the end of the day, where we go and get out that bag full of ifs and buts.
140.
As for James Richardson, all he's going to be having is the so-called bowl of sick. Mr. Nicholson's favourite.
77.
So Hamilton with a match-winning opportunity here on 145 to complete the job.
100.
4-1 victory over
Andy, you require
Richardson.
145.
But his opponent against the throw has left himself on a much more handier out. It's not going to go, and so Richardson should, worst case scenario, get himself a dart at tops
43. James, you
accrue the
require
break.
79.
and it is just going to be the solitary dart at the top of the shop.
59.
Andy Hamilton's
Andy, you
already took
require
out a big finish in this
102.
game, the 118, when James Richardson was sat on tops to take the lead. 102. This time for the match. Needs to find a treble. Does.
63.
Oh, you can
James, you require
see
20.
just from the expression what he thinks about that one. A low wayward dart there for the hammer.
Game shot on the 5th
Richardson
flag. James
keeps
Richardson.
this game alive. More importantly, a breaker throw there. So he had to break the Andy Hamilton throw twice.
6th
There's
flag.
one.
It's James to throw first. Game on.
And now some pondering for the hammer to do. But the way those first two darts are sat above and below means that he's got to
60.
try and find a way through the middle, which he couldn't. Miner coming up after this, the man who began the day at the summit. David Schlichting is in action against Jarno Bottenberg. A victory for Jarno there would mean that the top 3 players
60.
would all be tied on 8 points apiece following the 6th round of fixtures in this group, and it would set in situ a grandstand finish to the line.
81.
You may be wondering why James Richardson has the number 81 emblazoned on the collar on the back of his shirt. He's a
42.
vociferous Ipswich Town supporter, and 1981 was the year that they won the UEFA Cup under the stewardship of Sir Bobby Robson.
60.
There it is, 81. And that was the year after they finished runners-up in the old First Division. Is it going to be a max for the hammer?
140.
140 puts the Richardson throw under a little bit of pressure, though.
$40.
He's rediscovered his scoring boots at the perfect time, but now he has to head down.
137.
Fabulous switch there from the hammer. First to a finish. James might not even get there.
60.
He doesn't.
Andy
That
require
provides Andy Hamilton
122.
6 starts from 122 to get this match wrapped up. It's been an indifferent performance for James Richardson, the man who had the smallest amount of range yesterday, which is normally a good thing.
90.
But today could be starting with his worst performance of the week at the worst possible time that puts him and his qualification chances into
100.
danger if Andy Hamilton can
Andy
hit this double
require
16.
32.
For a 4-2 victory.
Game shot.
And Andy
the match.
Hamilton
Andy
just
Hamilton.
keeps himself in amongst the mix in terms of qualification. He gets the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2. Helped in part to that 118 finish in the middle of the piece. As for Richardson, well, it was his most below par performance of the week so far at the worst possible time. As for Hamilton, an average just under 91, 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. He moves on to 4 points. Next up, the man who tops the table, David Schlichting in action against Jarno Bottenberg.
Welcome back. So wins for Taylor and Hamilton in the opening 2 matches, but the player who was top of the table overnight, and maybe surprise leader, was David Schlichting, and Henry Deacon had a chance to talk to the Turtle a little earlier this morning.
David, day 5 for yourself here at the Super Series. How have you found the experience this week?
Very nice, very enjoyable. I love playing a lot of darts, so it's much more enjoyable playing a lot of games against high-quality players, big names as well. I mean, I've beaten a World Championship finalist. That was the first time I've ever played a World Championship finalist, from the PDC anyway. Stuff like that, you're going to take so much confidence from that for a long time. So many games, you're always going to have highlights. You're always going to have a few misses, but I know that. I knew that coming into this, so I'm not going to let that bother me. Yeah, I'm just enjoying those wins.
Crunching the numbers, there was a big improvement yesterday from your Group A campaign. What do you think the biggest difference was yesterday?
Well, first of all, on Tuesday I was feeling a bit unwell, but that's not to make excuses. I wasn't feeling unwell at all on Monday or Wednesday. Yeah, I guess just, of course, getting used to it all. Yeah, and just, I mean, I've been a bit streaky. I've won 3 games on Monday in a row. I've won 4 games in a row yesterday, so probably just that. Hitting a good streak, like I said earlier, winning against a World Championship finalist, that's going to give you confidence. And I'm going to win, like, against Scott, that was a great comeback. Against James, I've had a comeback of 2 legs as well. So, yeah, probably just the confidence from the first few days, because I was focusing on those highlights and not on the losses. I hope to continue that today.
And just finally, how much is this going to be good preparation for the PDC Super League in comparison? This is kind of a little bit of a drop in the ocean.
It's perfect preparation. Perfect preparation. It's the German Super League last year already was a very unique experience, because of course I'm playing everything the PDC has to offer, and I'm playing a lot of local stuff. But usually you always get just knockouts. You play 1 game, and if you lose, you're out. And even if you win, you got like 5 matches maximum. And here you've got 5 matches every day guaranteed. And you haven't got any pressure. If you lose a match, so what? You're still in the competition. And it's the same in the Super League. That was a totally new experience last year. I really liked that. I think also, like, my bodily condition is probably above average for a dart player. So I'm not having issues with playing long days again and again and again for a week. Yeah, but still, it's perfect practice for that. I hope I'm getting on well there next month.
We wish you all the best in that. Wish you all the very best today. David, good luck.
Thank you very much, Henry.
A lot to unpack there from that interview there with David Schlichting earlier on this morning. He takes on this man here, Jana Bottenberg, the 21-year-old from the Netherlands. Former Development Tour semi-finalist, making his lakeside debut in December. As for the Turtle from Cologne in Germany, former European Tour qualifier, his last day before he hopes will be at an appearance on Saturday night. A lot to unpack, as I say, from that interview, Matt. But first things first,
Game on.
I think we have finally found somebody who talks more than I do.
45.
That's what he's talking about. What's he mean his body composition's better than the traditional dart? What's he trying to say about us?
Gym lad, isn't he?
100.
There was a bit of fitness. He's creeping into the sport more and more as we go forward. We're seeing the
59.
body type of a player changing. We're seeing the work they do off the hockey changing all the time. More and more players now starting to go to the gym, use resistance bands, yogas.
125.
And that is purely down to the demands and the stress on the body. If you think about what we're doing here, we're standing as static and as still as we
140.
can, and then applying an explosive motion to propel an object through the air with accuracy. There's a lot of explosive movement on
96.
joints and the body in unnatural positions. So absolutely, I am with him.
140.
It's a very, very important part of the developing nature of this sport.
Well, there was a huge market move for
60.
David at the beginning
Jano,
of the
you
day.
require 117.
We'll talk about that in a second because Bottenberg, who hit 4 ton-plus checkouts over the duration
41.
of yesterday's session, was looking
David,
for
you
one to
require
kick off this one.
120.
And we saw Scott Taylor hit a 120 to kickstart his daily campaign in day one. And if David can use that as a guide, he's got tops to do so himself.
100. Jano, you require 76.
Tops.
Game shot on
1-0
the first leg.
Bottenberg.
Jano Bottenberg.
And he releases those emotions. And it's like their practice room have cottoned on to what David's been doing in front of the camera.
Second leg, it's David
and
to
have
throw
been
first.
following suit.
Game on.
I fear for David Schlichting that he's going to have to start the day
60.
quite well. He knows he's got a chasing pack beneath him. One of them is Jano Bottenberg, who, depending on the score
120.
in this game, could actually jump above David Schlichting.
$96.
Bottenberg, like the players in our last, does have a date coming up with World Championship Destiny. He'll be heading to
134.
Lakeside to try and take that WDF title off of Neil Duff.
$57.
Wide open event, that Lakeside this year. Very, very hard to
77.
predict. But one thing I will predict, expect to see this a lot today from Jano Bottenberg. His maths and his
100.
breakdowns, his numbers, always
Jano,
seem to
you
lead him
require
to a 170
170.
finish.
But he's not going to be swimming in Super Series waters right
86.
about now. Schlichting's really come in with the odds compilers. He's now 7-4 at the last check to win the group.
140. Jano, you require 84.
That's to win the week, my apologies. He's now the 11-8.
30. David, you require
Gone into
48.
7-4 from 11-8 over the last few minutes. Right, this is tops.
8.
Oh, that's bent the wire.
Jano, you require 54.
I thought it'd be impossible to get a dart inside the wire on the first one.
34. David, you require 40.
Opportunity passes Jano by to break the David Schlichting throat. Or does it?
No score. Jano, you require 20.
The turtle shell shot.
Game shot on the
Bottenberg 2
second
up,
leg. Jano
breaking
Bottenberg.
the throw of Schlichting. And once again, his numbers, Bottenberg yesterday, made for impressive reading. In matter of fact, he put his numbers up.
Third leg, it's Jano
Group
to
A.
throw
Pretty
first.
much everybody put their
Game
numbers
on.
up from Group A, if the truth be told. His average throughout the course of Group A was 87.17 and was 36% on the checkouts. Yesterday, his daily average went up by a couple of points, 89.54.
96.
And in terms of the checkout ratio, he was 14 out of 35, which equates to 40%.
93. $59.
And this is not the start to the day that the Bale would have wanted. There would have been
140.
hoping to see David Schlichting here tomorrow, but if Jano can complete the job, he puts himself into a three-way split at the top of the table.
140. Jano, you require 134.
Not going to add to that 3-ton plus finish
56.
combination. It's 4-ton plus finishes of the day. He hit 3 against David in this fixture yesterday, including a high checkout of 161 in the piece.
140. Jano, you require 78.
Went bullseye first. And so double
Game shot on
18
the
by
third
Hooker by
leg,
Kurt
Jarno
Bottenberg is
Bottenberg.
there, and he's 3-0 to the good. And David Schlichting, the bookmaker's favourite, the table top at the beginning
Fourth
of the
leg, it's
day,
David to throw
is in a
first.
world of trouble in his
Game
first
on.
match, and could well be a matter of 501 points away from seeing that lead evaporate, and not just
99.
evaporate, but see him slip into third position. The Bottenberg 78, beginning on the ball.
60.
I've been trying to work out the benefit of that route, and I don't know.
58.
And on the smallest target on the board, to be
81.
double 14. Pass.
And I suppose it's not like, say, a 94 or something like that, where if you go for the bullseye and you hit the 25 first,
60.
that you've got another crack at the bullseye afterwards. Because in that situation on 78, you can go for a single number and still leave yourself with a dart at tops.
137.
Yeah. Don't know. But it worked for him on that occasion.
100.
That's the main thing that matters in this point of time. He's looking good again here, Jarno Bottenberg. I've been mightily impressed with him this week. He's a player I'd like to, or expect you would see in Saturday, and he could be one of these people that come in as a complete
100.
surprise package at the
Jarno
start of the
require
week.
89.
And end up going on and winning it.
The ball for
Game
the
shot
match,
and the match.
for the win.
Jarno
And Jarno
Bottenberg.
Bottenberg has inflicted a second defeat on David Schlichting in 2 games. And that 4-0 victory means that he moves into second spot in the table. As for the German, he is now down to third, having topped the table at the beginning of the day. That's the tail of the tape, an 88.41 average. 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. Jarno Bottenberg is a 4-0 victor against David Schlichting. That rounds off the first round of action here. Coming up after the break, James Richardson against Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're having all the fun of Friday. In the first 3 fixtures, things have changed dramatically already. Wins for Scott Taylor, Andy Hamilton and Jarno Bottenberg. That last one over the overnight league leader, David Schlichting, who now isn't even in the top 2 in the league table. He's fallen to 3rd place. A 3-way tie at the top now between himself, Bottenberg and Taylor. And the chasing pack are all 4 points adrift. So the right set of results here, and it could be really close going into the finale of this group. The next game features Scott Taylor and James Richardson, and guiding you through the action, it's Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And so into the second round of our daily action we go into, and Scott Taylor can put himself in a position of real authority in this group if he can get a win over James Richardson. 10 points to his name is a big marker when it comes to Group C, and it means that the pair just below going to be chasing.
First
more
leg,
importantly,
it's James to
would
throw
pretty much
first.
well, it would distinguish
Game on.
anybody from 4th downwards from catching him, and so it mean that he'd only have to see off those other couple. And remember, he has still got battles against Bottenberg and Schlichting to come. So a win here would very much put it in his hands.
For James Richardson,
59.
the chances are running out. I do think this week you're going to get the extra life. The rule of 3 normally means you can only lose to 3
96.
matches. James Richardson already gone beyond that. But I do think with this group being so competitive, we may slip into that category of 12
92.
being enough. Certainly don't see 10, which essentially makes this the
133.
first of many finals that James Richardson's going to be playing.
95.
Well, it's all about
James, you
keeping his
require
head in the game, Richardson.
132.
To take the opening leg of this game, he's got 6 and 132.
42.
It's been an uncharacteristically slow start this for Scott Taylor, who
60.
has failed to leave a finish after
James, you
12. And so
require
Richardson,
90.
with as much time really as he'd like to take out this opening leg, and as a consequence went bullseye first dart. Great recovery the second to leave himself
50.
on tops, and he's going to come back for 3 more.
42. James, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
Second time of asking, Richardson finds it, and he leads Scott Taylor here by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
If you
Game
are
on.
one for trends, every single match so far today has gone with throw. Taylor beating Brown 4-2, Hamilton beating Richardson by the same scoreline. Bottenberg beating Schlichting 4-0 as Taylor kicks off leg 2 for maximum.
100.
He's had one hit against him at the Super Series, but he's not going to hit one himself.
93.
At least not on this leg anyway.
140. $96. $57. Scott, you require 132.
Time for a bit of Super Series champagne. Didn't have to attack it with Richardson not on a finish.
92.
Tops after 12 for Taylor. We've heard that once or twice over the years.
100. Scott, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
Pinned.
second leg.
Level
Scott
game.
Taylor.
15 darter, 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Still shaking his head in the background. Averaging just under 85, below the very high standards that we set of
100.
Scott.
108.
And the standards that he expects of himself. He knows where he wants to be. He knows what he wants from his game. He knows how to do
125.
it. It's now just a case of going out and delivering. And he's delivering here.
140.
He was nearly on for perfection.
He's teased it a couple of times just in this match, let alone this week.
100. 135.
Potential 11 dart breaker throw incoming here.
100.
Sluggish
Scott, you
start,
require
but he has now
46.
just licked the switch. 6 of tops.
26.
Dip below.
James, you require
And
76.
so Richardson comes back for 2-1. It's going to be a solitary dart at tops. To hold throw.
36.
So that dies just above
Scott,
the
you
wire
require
itself.
20. No score.
He's missed 5 darts at double in this leg to get the breaker throw, but all 5 of them
James,
have
you
been
require
very well
40.
thrown, just completely on the wire.
Game shot on the third leg. James Richardson.
James Richardson regains the lead, regains the advantage.
Fourth
Regains
flag,
that
it's Scott
chalk
to
out
throw
the old
first.
pocket.
Game on.
And these are frustrating moments as a player when you feel like you've had an
79.
opportunity, you've not been able to take it, but also when you feel like you've thrown good darts and they've just not gone in.
81.
Chalk coming back out the pocket must give you horrible flashbacks of school, mustn't it?
100. 180.
I'm just trying to work out why I'd have chalk in my pocket at school.
59.
What school did you go to?
Take it the headmaster didn't throw it at you in assembly or something.
60. 140.
Taylor looking for 1, 2, 3 here to level this game up at 2 apiece.
Scott, you require 123.
Defying James Richardson, who's averaging just under 96. Triple 18 would have given a dart of the bull. And so Richardson back.
62.
Put himself 2 up.
James, you require 80.
Big exchange of throws here. I don't like this route. I think it's a bit overly aggressive, especially when you
40.
throw the first one off the board. You've
Scott,
sort
you
of
require 61.
lost the opportunity.
25 for
Game shot on the
36
fourth
for
flag.
2
Scott
apiece. Bish, bash, bosh.
You've got to be careful when you throw that first. Or when you
Fifth
go
flag,
tops,
it's James
you
to
can't
throw
be
first.
overly aggressive on
Game
it to the
on.
point where you throw the dart off the board. The master of his own uncoming there was James Richardson. He had an opportunity to be 3-1 up.
121.
And with the position in the table being quite critical, quite surprising.
38. 134.
Great second and third dart to that visit there for Richardson.
85.
Big last find there for Scott. But he's out of touch in this leg.
100. $85. James, you require 146. 105.
Scott Taylor not making any inroads here on the James Richardson
58.
throw, and it's looking like a comfortable
James, you
one here
require
for James.
41.
Put himself just one leg away from the match and the valuable couple of points that it will bring.
1.
But is going to come back. He has got that luxury by way of time.
90. James, you require 40.
To put himself in a leg. Double 10 is what he's looking for now.
Game shot on
Double
the fifth
10
flag.
is found
James
for
Richardson.
3-2. He's a leg away. Scott Taylor now throwing to save the match.
Sixth flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's been a case of for Scott in this group. As he hits a max, his third of the game.
80.
A situation where it feels like he puts himself in some very good positions, but when it's come to the chance where he can really push himself clear,
36.
there's always been a bump in the road. That's 4 perfect darts. That's 5 perfect darts. 6 at the best for Scott Taylor.
80.
That bump in the road at the moment doesn't look sizable enough to Scott.
Scott, you require
Taylor to stop.
141.
4 maximums in this
60.
game. It's the things that are cementing it together, the things that are putting the performance together that's been the problem for Scotty T in this one. But both players just so dominant
99.
on their own throws.
Scott, you require 81.
Tops.
61.
For all of his scoring prowess, including 4 maximums, Scott Taylor with 2 out of 10 minutes came to the finishing, and it's opened up doors for that man, James
Scott,
Richardson, who's left himself on 90. If this double 10 doesn't go, and that first dart is an awful lie, you can see there, but he kisses
Game
it,
shot on the sixth
smudges
flag,
it off the
Scott
barrel,
Taylor.
and into the bed to send us all the way to a last leg decider.
No thumbs up there as well for
Seventh
James
and final
Richardson,
leg.
which you
It's
see
James
when he
to
hits
throw
the 180
first.
is homage
Game
to
on.
Andrew Gilding. Just shows that he's in full business mode and fully focused on the task in
40.
hand, which is winning this leg, but he's going to have to kick off Callum Ridds-esque, only throwing the 2 darts. Or the 2 counting darts.
96. $60.
In desperate search of a treble here, Scott.
58.
And now Richardson, just with a straight tongue, puts himself in command of this last leg.
140.
140 means that this man thrown at the board now has got it all to do.
95.
It just feels like effort. Everything feels like effort for Scott Taylor right now.
134.
Leaves the Hinks.
140.
Fabulous setup
James,
shots
you
from
require
both.
127.
Richardson gets first poke. Won't be able to take the 127, so Scott Taylor.
77.
It might be 112.
Scott, you require 112.
Or back to the practice room.
18. Leaves tops for a time topper
Game
to
shot.
win the
And the
match.
Scott
And Scott
Taylor.
Taylor lets out a sigh of relief because he knows that he was embroiled in a battle there against James Richardson. You could see it in the reaction. A little bit of a G up, a little bit of a mop of the brow as he departs the stage, beating James Richardson by 4 legs to 3. He threatened us with a 9. He hit 4 maximums, and he is back to the top of the pile, on to 10 points. Coming up after the break, Steve Brown against David Schlichting.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Yeah, Fallon Sherritt back in action on Monday morning from 9:30 as part of the Week 12 action here at the MODUS Super Series. Our focus on Week 11 is on this man here, David Schlichting. 2 defeats from 2 means that his position through to Saturday night could be in a bit of peril. He takes on Steve Brown in this one, who has to win to keep any kind of hopes of qualification alive. As far as what the odds compilers say in this one, Steve Brown go off the 4-5 favourite.
First leg, it's Steve to throw
and,
first.
David Schlichting 10
Game
to
on.
11. That's just caught me a little bit by surprise, Matt Edgar. What do you think of those odds?
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact Steve Brown's got the throw.
40.
And he's had an improved amount of performance, but is that a run of performance, or is it going to be something that's going to be consistent for Steve Brown?
137.
We know he doesn't play much at the minute, so there's going to be a point where you sort of go beyond finding
100.
something and sort of over-prepare. This is day 5 for Steve Brown playing, and there's not been many days that we've seen Steve Brown playing darts in 2023.
60.
So, yeah, going along with your train of thought there, if I was to have had a selection, I probably would have took the value in
40.
David Schlichting here. But David Schlichting is, as a counter-argument to that, he's the guy playing with plenty of purpose. He's the guy playing with plenty of reason, which does bring its
140.
own individual stresses.
And if you are having a flutter, 18 plus and
83.
begambleaware.org.
David, you require 164.
164 after 9 for Schlichting, and I've got a feeling he's going to go for this. I've got a feeling he's going to go for the ball.
139.
Well, the advantage of throw was with Steve Brown, but it might be
140.
taken away from him at
David,
the
you
earliest
require
opportunity
25.
here. David Schlichting will get 2 darts at double 8. Slide to the right.
Game shot on the first leg. David Schlichting.
There's that advantage of throw gone already for Steve Brown, so that might be a bit of an odds-bashing leg.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
Break a throw.
Game on.
1 up. Work for him to do. 15 darts, as
99.
academic can be.
$100.
Reminder that this is one of 2 sessions that we're going to be broadcasting live to you today at the Super Series. We're going to be back tonight for all of the action in Group B as Schlichting finds his first max of the match. His average ticks over 111. We're going to be back tonight from 10 o'clock. It's going to be Matt alongside Phil Bards in the commentary box for the Group B action.
96.
Apparently, the bet builder is now 2 from 2.
49. David, you require 126.
Better than does his tips.
Well, the 180s have certainly been the way to go with these markets.
94.
The 180s have been flying in this week. We've got some big 180 hitters. We had a lot of 180s hit in the
David, you
evening
require
session as
32.
well. Littered with maximums.
2 8s.
Game shot on the
2-0.
second leg.
14
David
darter,
Schlichting.
29 darts for the first 2 legs. And Schlichting on the back of a 4-0
Third
defeat
leg,
in his
it's Steve
opening
to throw
game against
first.
Jarno
Game on.
Bottenberg is now 2 legs to 0 up against Steve Brown. He is in
55.
full command, full ascendancy of this 5th game. And looking in full control
108.
of himself, his rhythm and his darts. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Schlichting will be hoping it's tungsten time.
61.
Good recovery there from Steve Brown. But
59.
Schlichting has opened a sizable gap here on the first 6 exchange. Courtesy of that big 180, and Steve Brown again loses the line.
41.
Just starting to throw the body into the shot. Is this the moment I was fearing might start to come for Steve Brown today?
58. $60.
Although I did ask David this morning about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I was very
58.
shocked to find out that his knowledge on that particular subject was not as good as I particularly thought it was going to be.
He did like the phrase turtle
100.
power, though.
David, you require 146.
Just a little bit. If you go on our Twitter page at MSS Darts, you'll see a video of him
94.
saying turtle power for 26 whole seconds. I'll give you a bit of a spoiler. He says turtle power.
137. David, you require 52.
The turtle could be powering his way into a 3-0 lead. If he can find double 16.
36.
Just too far across.
Steve, you require 47.
Target Schlichting's just missed. It's the one
31.
that Brown has similar misfortune
David,
with.
you require 16.
He's just looking tighter, isn't he, all the time, Steve Brown? He's starting to throw across the body again rather than out
Game
towards
shot
the
on
board.
third leg.
Worrying
David
signs
Schlichting.
here for Steve Brown, family and friends. He
Fourth
does
flag, it's David to throw first.
have a sizable break
Game on.
again before his next game, and we've seen him use these long breaks very efficiently across his Group A campaign. He's got 3 matches before he
140.
returns back to take on Jarno Bottenberg. But definite concern here for Steve
59.
Brown.
Schlichting here has got it all in his own hands now. 11 to 10, remember he
58.
was with the odds compilers.
$85.
Talking about school again, that was one of those songs you used to have to sing in music assembly. Got the whole world in your hands.
84.
Where did the whole world in his hands come from? Are you suggesting David Schlichting has the whole world in his hands?
Could well be.
140.
We used to have to sing at school, Reach Up for the Stars by S Club 7 in assembly.
25. $57.
Suppose that's why I am.
They're on tour at the minute, aren't they, S Club?
Yes.
Although it's the S Club 5 nowadays. Might go check them out next week.
59. Steve, you
Save the
require
match.
160.
160 for Steve Brown. Another one of them. Leads himself tops. Oh,
Game
what
shot
a
on the
skin
full
saver
flag.
that is from
Steve
Steve
Brown.
Brown. A 160 to keep himself in the contest. Well, he threw the darts better than he could retrieve them. It's somewhere, Steve. Look. Oh, just down there. Just down there. There we go. Jack Garwood, not just a referee, but he can also find lost treasure. He's a tungsten
Fifth flag,
pirate.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I like the way he spent the first bit of it, just pointing to where it was. There, Steve. There it is.
76. $140.
That's probably one of the funniest. We've had a similar moment to that with Paul Hinks in the past.
140.
Put it this way, I'll describe that incident in 2 words. Oh, crikey.
46.
However, all jokes aside, Steve Brown could well be turning a bit of a screw in this game. Schlichting's just
60.
gone off the boil in terms of his scoring power and has opened up the door here for Brown to maybe bring that deficit back to 3-2 and to
60.
really congeal this game.
Well, it's the case in point in what I said, that David Schlichting's really got a lot to play for here. He's still in with a very good chance of getting through to Saturday night. Something he's not done before, being here on debut, and
105.
something I'm sure he would love to experience.
59.
So time for
Steve,
the
you
ladder.
require 120.
Could be time for another ton plus out. He's got 6 from here, Steve Brown, but he looks for tops for
Game shot on the
back-to-back
fifth
ton
flag,
toppers.
Steve Brown.
This is an exhibition of finishing from Steve Brown. A 160 followed by a 120. He's back to
Sixth
3-2.
flag, it's David to throw
Schlichting may
first.
be fine for the match,
Game on.
but he may well be feeling the pressure now.
Steve
139.
Brown has won 4 legs of darts today. 3 of them have been with ton plus checkouts, 106, 120 and 160.
125.
And those concerns that I was sort of flagging up for Steve Brown seemed to have completely gone all of a sudden. But what has arose in the Steve Brown game is more pace. He's quicker to the hockey. He's throwing faster. We saw him go through the changes of
55.
pace in his Group A campaign. And maybe that's the answer to when it all just gets a little bit jerky.
99.
Fine leg, though, from David Schlichting, just trying to resist the challenge. And this is
85.
the leg where
David
Steve Brown, if he's to win it,
129.
would become favourite.
Treble 20. If he wanted to go for it, he didn't have to with Brown not on a finish.
55.
He's going to come back for 74 to pick up a win that puts him onto
60.
10 points and puts him back on
David,
track.
you require 74.
Following a 4-0 defeat in his opening game to Jano Bottenberg, Schlichting does not have
34.
a dart at tops by missing the big number, by missing the board altogether. But it's not going to be a disaster because he's going to come back.
85.
But that was a bit
David,
of
you
a twitchy
require
moment there
40.
for the German. Double 10.
Game
For
shot.
David
And the match,
Schlichting to move
David
him on to
Schlichting.
10 points in the group by getting the better of a spirited Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. Schlichting raced into a 3-0 lead. Steve Brown then came back with back-to-back tub plus finishes to bring it back to 3-2. And such is the business head of David Schlichting today. There's no celebration for the camera. A 4-2 win with an 87 average. Coming up after the break, Andy Hamilton and Jana Bottenberg will round off the second round worth of action. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Yes, it's myself and Matthew Edgar in commentary for 15 live matches for you at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw David Schlichting get the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an 87.23 average and 40% on the doubles. Brown had a couple of topping checkouts in there, but it was insurmountable as far as he's concerned.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first.
If Jano Bottenberg
Game
here can
on.
get the better of Andy Hamilton, we will set ourselves in situ. A thrilling three-horse race towards the finishing line as far as Group C is concerned, because the top 3 players would all be tied on 10 points at the top of the group after the conclusion of 7 matches. And what would make it even more interesting is towards the race towards the line,
89.
they've got to play one another.
$105.
This whole group is starting to get very interesting indeed, which is exactly what I expected to see from the table. I thought this would give us plenty of stories.
123.
Although I do think Scotty T and David S are probably hoping that Andy H
140.
Yano B. Because that would mean after 7 laps of fixtures, they would be clear on points.
Well, the league table has a big chasm in it at the present moment in
99.
time. The top 3 and the bottom 3 feel completely and utterly detached. But if there is going to be a player that could spoil the party for someone in that bottom third, who could it be?
100.
As Bottenberg hits the first max of the match.
It could be any of them because they arguably are the 3 players that had the biggest CVs, the most pedigree and the most experience. Talking a lot at the moment in darts about a changing of the guard and a
94.
turnover of players.
Yano, you require
It's
76.
also represented here in this table.
That was precariously close to busting. That's just gone underneath the wire.
58.
And that's nudged inside.
Andy,
And
you require
Hamilton to
96.
save his foe, looking at 96. Double 18, 2 in hand.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Andy
you could
Hamilton.
hear the reaction from the hammer, a little bit of a roar from him as he takes the opening leg. He had to
Second leg,
avoid a
it's
dart
Yano
from
to throw
Bottenberg
first.
to break.
Game
and
on.
then took advantage of the opportunity he afforded himself.
100.
And I wonder, beyond Lakeside, what the thoughts for Jarno Bottenberg will be, you know, after Christmas is done,
46.
after the pigs in blankets and the turkey, and we move into the January new season. Is he going to be one of those we look at when it comes to European Q School and think,
100.
maybe he's one of those that could possibly nab a tour card?
Well, he is planning on going to Q School for the first time in January. It'll be his first attempt at trying to gain a PDC tour card, and I would think he's going to
60.
be in the mix. He's going to be certainly in that secondary phase where the cards are awarded. Wouldn't be surprised to see him gain a tour space.
80.
Has played in the PDC Youth World Championship, the development tour, reached a semi-final.
58.
Actually, Josh
Yano, you
Rocker took him
require
out with that one,
121.
6-4, which is a good guide to the levels he can hit to be taking 4 legs off of one of
79.
the hottest properties in darts.
He's himself 42 here to hold the throw in this second leg, and Hamilton is a long way back. Best part of 300 points between them.
57. Yano, you require 42.
Double 16
26.
doesn't go, and he's certainly wearing his heart on his sleeve, isn't he, today?
$99. Yano, you require 16.
Double 8 to level up. Can he just nudge that off the barrel? No, moves inside.
Game shot on the
4 is
second leg.
found, and
Yano Bottenberg.
even though he hit that double, you could see that he was letting out a bit of a frustrated sigh there.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
He's fired up.
Game on.
He's trying to find something.
97. 58.
Every game has that must-win vibe for Andy Hamilton today, and then he might still need a little bit of
96.
hope. Only started the day on 2 points. If he's to win them all, he'd get 12, and Taylor and Schlichting are already on 10.
134.
So it's looking like the mission impossible task for the Hammer, but he will keep swinging whenever he's in this fight. Remember the Simon Whitlock, Andy Hamilton game at the World Match Play?
Who can forget?
46.
We're talking about keep swinging. That was one of the greatest turnarounds in darting history.
139.
And once again, Pottenberg has left himself on the big fish. At some point, the law of averages will suggest and tell us that he's going to take the 178. He doesn't have to go for
42. Jarno, you require 107.
it. But go on, Jarno. He's not going to get it, Jarno.
60.
Right, I'm going to go and get my coat and I'm going to leave.
Whee! Not quite sure what the Hammer was thinking with that one.
56.
Digs himself
Jarno, you require
out of trouble
110.
in the end. But the big trouble may still be in front of him. Tops for Jan.
74.
I'll go get my coat.
Andy, you require 164.
Treble 19. Treble 19 bullseye was what he was looking for on the back of the 164.
46. Jarno, you require 36.
Matthew's just packing his suitcase. As Jarno goes for double 18.
Definitely double 18, not tops. Double 18 for Jarno.
Game shot on the third leg. Jarno
Double 9
Pottenberg.
wins him the leg. He's 2 and up. Jarno.
Fourth
It's not gonna
leg, it's
cotton on.
Jarno to throw first. Game on.
But Andy has had his throw broken here. Jarno now trying to
24.
serve himself into a very strong position. A victory here for him will move him on to 10. The table is taking some serious shape.
121. 121.
Max Hamilton.
108.
Maxi found. Well, that wasn't so much a gilding his thumbs up. That was more of a Dolan helicopter.
180.
Wink, wink.
Wow. The game has just ignited.
140.
And that's such a key moment as well. Both players producing their best. I like it when
60.
games turn like this. And
Andy, you require 60.
one player makes a move, the other one goes with. Tends to happen quite a lot. When one player starts finding, the other one goes with it. That is a deliberate ploy by Andy Hamilton. He likes to throw under the treble to make sure that tops is clear and open.
Game
Tens
shot on the
is clear
fourth
and
leg.
open.
Andy Hamilton.
And it's a 12 dart from Andy Hamilton, who just had his throw broken, instantly replies.
And so
Fifth
we
leg,
reach
it's
the
Andy to
point
throw
of
first.
Desmond in this
Game
sixth
on.
game. 2 apiece. And now Hamilton really is motoring through the gears. He's looking for another max.
140.
His last 3 scoring visits has been maximum 140, 140.
140.
Bottenberg replies in kind. The blue touch paper has well and truly been lit.
$32.
Correction.
This is one of those, as a player, when you look at it and you look at the format, this is where you'd like the format to be a little bit
140.
longer when you're on that stage, because the mistakes are just so amplified when you get to this point. We've only played 4 legs, but it is only a race to 4. I think sometimes it's a very undersold point here at the Super
44.
Series about just how snappy of a game a best of 7 actually is at this standard.
$96. $55.
So
Jano, you require
Bottenberg, 6 darts on
125.
125. Didn't have to go the bullseye way. And so sets
93.
himself up for double 16 after 12 to break the Hamilton throw and to put him 3-2 to the good.
Experienced darts from the inexperienced darter.
23. Jano, you require 32. Game shot on the 5th leg. Jano Bottenberg.
Once again, Jano Bottenberg breaks the throw of Andy Hamilton to take the lead in this match. However, if he is to hold his
6th
throw
leg,
this time,
it's
he will
Jano
have
to
the
throw
points, and he
first.
will
Game on.
be joint top of the table in a 3-way split.
97. $96.
Reminder that following the conclusion of this game, we will take a short recess before we rejoin you at 3 o'clock when our
100.
friends over at Sporty Stuff TV will join us for continuating coverage. And don't forget that we're going to be back tonight from 10 p.m. for the culmination of Group B, which is going to be
59.
really interesting with Tom Lonsdale and Matt Dennant really stealing the show last night. All to join Reece Robinson in the final tomorrow evening
81.
at 7:30. The action gets underway on the YouTube channel there, and then we'll be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock for the semi-finals through to its conclusion, and we'll find out the 11th of 12 players
74.
into Series 5's Champions Week. Could it be this guy? With darts like that, he stands every chance, and now he
180.
stands on the brink of a 4-2 victory against Andy Hamilton, which would put him onto 10 points and second in the table on legs difference. But Hamilton isn't going to go down quietly.
140. Jano, you require 43.
Double 16 for the match. Double 8 for Bottenberg.
35. Andy, you require
Andy, a chance to save it.
132.
With what I think is the most pleasing on the eye finish of the darts. Remember Dennis Priestley doing this at the World Match Play. That exact route, ball, double 16,
92.
but he can't find it, sets it up. Jano to join himself in the
Jano, you
top of the
require
table
8.
party.
Double 4 to put him onto 10 points and to put him as part of a 3-way tie at the top of the league standings. Twos never lose. But now it's the Madhouse.
No score.
Madness.
Andy,
And
you
it still
require
isn't over
40.
yet.
maybe going the distance.
Game shot on the 6th flag, Andy Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton takes us to a last leg shootout. Jarno Bottenberg had his opportunities, wasn't able to get it
7th
done. He's
and
going to
final
have to go
leg. It's
back
Andy
to
to throw
the start
first.
all over again.
Game
He's
on.
going to have to find a breaker throw. The positive for Jarno is he's done it twice already in this match. The negative is he's not been able to cross the line.
125.
And that is a stupendous start for Hamilton. Hamilton
96.
racing out of the blocks in this last leg, but can he cross the checkered flag?
$81. 40.
And Bottenberg is failing to find some DRS. Darts of reliable scoring.
$137.
There's some darts with reliable scoring. 9 darts for Andy Hamilton to set up a finish.
100. Andy, you require
Gonna get
158.
at least 6 darts to see out this 158. In a game, it feels like he's been chasing.
Double 19 to finish in style.
120.
Now it poses a question of
98.
splitting here for Andy Hamilton.
Andy, you require 38.
Splits for double 16 to put a big blot on the Bottenberg board.
Game shot.
A
on the match,
4-3 victory
Andy
for
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton means that Jarno Bottenberg has lost pace with the pacemakers. Hamilton just keeps himself in with a sneak and a squeak, and it's a happy hammer dive. Stop! Hammer time! As Hamilton gets the better of Bottenberg by 4 legs to 3. Goodness me, we're having some fun on this Friday, aren't we, at the Super Series? But the fun is just going to stop for a few seconds. We're going to take a short break. The Tungsten Fun continues on 3 o'clock. But after this short break, the analysis of Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Welcome back. Well, let's have a chat about what we've seen so far. 6 matches played. Matthew, what stood out for you?
Andy Hamilton. I really don't like ever saying, I told you so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, didn't I say earlier that Andy Hamilton can still play a part in this and that his standard is not too far off his yearly averages? It was just that first performance yesterday that let him down. I said he could be a bit of a spoiler, but could still play himself into contention in this group. And he's won his first 2 games. For me, that's a big standout. When you come here, you only got 2 points on day 1, and then you come and you get 2 victories. That last one against a player who was right in contention, he's playing himself into this.
Yeah, so that win for Hamilton against Bottenberg actually makes Bottenberg's earlier win against David Schlichting even more significant, because it turns out it might have been needed. That kind of set the tone for the day, didn't it?
Yes, and it's sort of just mixing up this group completely. One thing I said at the start of the day is I expect this group table to really formulate around the middle part of the day, and I don't think we're any the wiser of who the 2 players are going to be. I think the only thing we can be sure of right now is that Scott Taylor has turned up and continued to play how he did yesterday.
Who you told us so yesterday, or as you said yesterday.
I'm glad. It's so much better when someone else praises you, actually, isn't it? Yeah, so Scott Taylor is somebody I do think is going to go and win the group as well. And he is continuing to play with that level of performance that we saw yesterday, but he's now starting to turn it into results as well. And I do think Scott Taylor's going to run away at the top of this, but that second place is going to be wide open.
Yeah, he took that off James Richardson, didn't he, there? It got away from Richardson. And if we look at the league table, we'll see that, as Matthew told us, said, whatever it is, Scott Taylor and David Schlichting are still there. We saw that heavy defeat for Schlichting, but good bounce-back ability shown in his second game.
Absolutely, and he's still in there, he's still fighting, and he's played very well in that last match as well. So, if anything, I would say that was probably a more polished performance from him, because it was when we really needed to see it from him. He mentioned in his interview that it's okay, you can lose a game, it doesn't matter. Today it does. And after losing that first one, it really does matter. And he likes to play with that urgency, and I think this is when we're going to see potentially the best from him, and it'll certainly appease the bail.
Well, let's see. He will be back in action after the break. He's going to take on James Richardson on that stage behind is a really important match for him. But the pair of them both took on our Bullseye Challenge earlier this week. Here's how they got on.
Hello, this is James Richardson, and I'm doing the Bullseye Challenge.
And so it's the turn of Mr. Chalk himself, James Richardson. Yes, that was a cheesy way to introduce this particular challenge. Last time James Richardson was here, we were playing a game show with him. And now it's all about Bullseye for Ruthless.
No score.
A couple of 25s, and that's about it. He is sprinting up and down that hockey. He's charged up. He's fired up. But the bed was blocked. But he finds 3 in the 25. He's found the green. He found the fairway, but he couldn't find the hole. Can he just lump one on top? Not on this particular occasion. But look at him sprint. Look at him sprint. There's another 25. That looked like a guide, but the second one dips below. He finds his first bullseye. The time's running out. You need to find the middle of the diddle. That's going to solve your riddle, James. Oh, no, that was not in. That was not in. Oh, that's beautiful. That was plumb to the middle. And he's found another one. How much time's left? He may challenge Cam Crabtree here.
James Richardson scores 17.
Hello, I'm David Schlichting. This is my Bullseye Challenge, and this is also the first search result on Google for turtle running.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a turtle. And he finds a 25. Did you know if you actually buy a turtle in the UK from a pet shop, you actually have to leave it in a will because turtles live for so long? I think the oldest recorded is about 350 years old. There's a famous turtle in the Nemo film called Crush. Crush, dude! And he's looking to crush the opposition here. And we haven't even got to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles bit. He hasn't found the green bit or the red bit much so far. Oh, he's found the bullseye now. Oh, he's found his range. 4. Into the 25. Can he just lob one on top?
1.
Time is running out. Pace of the importance, as you can see there.
1.
He may get one more go. He may get one more throw. And have a look at the speed and the pace as he knew the time ran out. And not to be for the turtle.
David Schlichting scores 11.
Hello there, a very warm welcome to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV for the conclusion of Group C this week at the MODUS Super Series. If you have been watching on our YouTube channel, thanks for staying with us. We have played 6 games already. Here's what happened in them. And Andy Hamilton and Scott Taylor have been the 2 standout players so far, both winning both of their matches so far. David Schlichting, who was the overnight league leader, still very much up there as well if we look at the table. He lost his first game but bounced back and sits in that provisional qualifying second spot with Scott Taylor tied at the top on 10 points. Jarno Bottenberg just behind, and Andy Hamilton very much still in contention as well. James Richardson and Steve Brown, well, they're going to have to win every match and hope. And that opportunity here for Richardson starts with a meeting against Schlichting in the company of our commentary team for the day, which is Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good afternoon, everybody joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've got quite an intriguing race towards the line in Group C. David Schlichting in a very good position, second spot, 10 points to his name, up against James Richardson, who effectively has to win the lot and hope for favours. This man, Schlichting, the 20-year-old from Cologne in Germany, former European Tour qualifier. He's made quite an impact on the Super Series this week as the Turtle up against the ruthless James Richardson, 49 years of age from Rushden, big Ipswich Town fan, and made the last 16 of the PDC World Championships back in 2018. That man there has been your star official this week, Jack Garwood, who's done a brilliant job on the refereeing front, and he's going to take charge of the action again this afternoon. And it's hello once again to Matthew Edgar. Good day.
57.
Could be a great day for David Schlichting if he is to get through this group. But you mentioned about the names.
180.
James Richardson kicks off with a max when you might think that his group campaign has been completed.
180.
But you can still disturb it for the others. Actually, passed through the
41.
Players' Lounge on my way back from the balcony, and I actually understand that David Schlichting has a couple of new nicknames from the players this week.
94.
Repeatable?
They was calling him Lemon.
You're going to have to explain that a little bit more.
For Keith Lemon,
43. David, you require 170.
Well, this would be a bang tidy finish.
The ironic thing is, David
59.
Schlichting has no idea what they're on about. Even though they've explained it to him multiple times, he doesn't have a clue who the person that the reference is.
57. David, you require 111.
Let's hope you don't like potatoes. 111 for Schlichting for this opening leg. Double 20.
55.
Left to Madara, double 16, but he is going to come back with Richardson all the way back on 180 here.
It was a very good practice room to walk through. It is full of characters
60.
in there this week.
David, you require 56.
The only thing that David
Game shot on the
Schlichting
first
is
leg.
bothered
David
about is
Schlichting.
winning this match and keeping himself in the race for Saturday night. If he is to win this, he'll move to 12 points. 12
Second
points
leg,
was
it's
kind
James
of
to throw first. Game on.
give you an outside chance. He would almost be a foot through the door.
115.
With results breaking down correctly for him, 12 could be enough. 14 would be pretty much job done.
140.
Well, if David Schlichting and Scott Taylor, who plays Andy Hamilton next, win both of their matches, it means that in the next round of fixtures, the meeting between the pair
140.
would secure the passage of the first player through effectively to Saturday night, because one would be on 14, and the worst case scenario, the
58.
best case scenario for Johanna Bottenberg would be 14 points himself. They'd effectively be on the hill at that point.
And they'll be joining Reece
60.
Robinson, the self-proclaimed Mr. Must-See, the human highlight reel, amongst many other things he's called himself. One thing we
44.
called him, though, was the Group A winner, which means that he moves through to Saturday night and he doesn't have to play in Group B or C.
127. $59. James, you require 59. $19.
Non-effective to the outcome of the leg with Schlichting back on 200. James Richardson knows he'll get the return. But
140.
this time it's going to be a bit more urgent.
James, you require 40.
Tots for Richardson. Now, if he misses inside, you're going to see him readjust over to the left here for double 10.
Game shot on the
And
second
it
leg.
works to
James
full
Richardson.
tune. 1-1 in this 7th encounter of our afternoon session, the midway point of our afternoon
Third leg,
session
it's
here.
David to throw
Chalking
first.
up the darts just
Game
to
on.
help him with his grip a little bit.
59.
I wonder how much chalk he's actually bought in his life.
I don't think it's something that's always been there for James Richardson.
57.
I could be corrected on this, I'm sure. But as long as I've known James, which is a sizable amount of time, I don't believe this is something he's always done. I think this is something that's
60.
evolved into his game, and I put that down to his profession. Working outside all the time, using his hands, working in the building trade. Just something to help him feel
44.
the dart.
I've actually had a message from Tony O'Shea in the last few minutes or so. He said, "Hey up, pal, hope you're well." And he is watching us. He always watches the Super Series, although to paraphrase him, it's a little bit soggy in sunny Stockport. Hope you're well, Tony, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Everybody's friend in darts is Tony O'Shea. He's one of those people you can't not like.
97.
I had the pleasure of working with him once, and it was the most fun I've ever had.
78.
105 for Schlichting here for a 2-1 lead, and to put him halfway towards that 12-point sanctuary. Treble 18 now, leads himself double 16, and it just
89.
grazes the inside wire, but he is going to come back with Richardson all the way back at 182.
83. David,
and that's
you require
the worst
16.
possible leave with 2 digits, 99. It's going to be academic, it's going to be irrelevant as Schlichting moves into a 2-1 lead. He moves halfway towards the dart he doesn't, which will put him in a promising position in terms of progression through to this Saturday evening affair at the Super Series, the Darty Party in Pompey.
123.
I think David Schlichting getting through to Saturday night would be one of our more popular outcomes here at the Super Series. He's been getting a lot of support on the socials from the Bale. Bale is a
41.
collection of turtles, if you're unfamiliar with the term. If you are a David Schlichting fan, you're in the Bale.
I suppose that if you're part of that group, you can call yourself David Schlichting and the Balers. I was actually talking to
100.
one of our social media people here at the Super Series, and they were saying that the numbers generated from David Schlichting this week and the amount of support vocally he's been getting on social media has been as much as we've had for pretty much any player here at the Super Series. It's been a real hit with supporters around the darting universe. And I suppose it's a case of Guten Tag to those joining us from Germany this afternoon.
137.
137 for Richardson for a level game and 2 apiece. There's the first step. He was looking for tops.
77. David, you require 126. 43. James, you require 60.
For a level game.
$50. David, you require 83.
In the context of the week for David Schlichting, this is a moment.
The ball. Oh,
53.
Yeah, that was a bit of a way away, wasn't
James,
it, David?
You require 10.
I thought he was trying to do Devon Peterson's dance then for a second.
The split.
Six.
And no hit.
David, you require 30.
So he gets another opportunity for a moment.
Game shot on a 4 flag. David
And if you
Schlichting.
collect enough moments, you'll eventually get to the point where you get the big one. Which may be at the end of this leg.
5th flag,
A win
it's
here
David
for
to
Schlichting
throw
will see him
first.
move to 12.
Game on.
With a couple of games left to go, he will be in pole position for a qualification to Saturday
57.
on debut.
Not many people make it through to Saturday night on debut. Not many make it through to a Saturday night whilst winning a group on debut, do they, Matt?
121.
It's a rarity, you know.
Mind you, not many win a week on debut like Chris Mason has.
96.
David is the reigning Berlin champion. Not just the singles. He picked them all up. The pairs, the team event.
60.
He's not going to have the opportunity to defend that title this year. He will be playing in the German Super League instead. So maybe he just needs to win a different title. Maybe it'll be the Super Series title.
119.
He's a player that has ambitions to go professional. That's what he's working towards. That's all he wants to do.
96.
But he's been very sensible with it. He's also got a backup plan. He's currently at university studying a biology degree. So it's not all eggs in one basket. But he's
David, you
very,
require
very committed
152.
to becoming a professional dart player.
Well, Schlichting cannot take out the 152 to win the match. Richardson
James, you
now
require
105 to
105.
save it. This would be for a breaker throw. Goes 25 tops and another. Oh, yes.
James shot on a fifth
Put
flag.
that in the
James
highlight
Richardson.
reel. Superb from Richardson. Another big hitting finish.
Sixth flag.
And Schlichting is
James
wondering
to
what's
throw
hit
first.
him.
Game on.
Still work to do, Sam.
$99.
I wonder if there's a sixth shirt in the Schlichting collection.
100.
I'm sure he'd have come more than prepared. I reckon there might be a seventh.
45.
He was packing extra one just in case. You might spill your drink down
100.
your top or take a bite of the food and get all the sauce down you. We've all been there.
100.
Sometimes it's the waiter at the restaurant that spills the drink down you.
It's normally when you're wearing white as well, you'll go, right, I'm going to wear this lovely white polo shirt today.
140.
And then have a bite of something and bosh, ketchup down the shirt.
That was why last night I knew I wasn't going to be seen, so I made sure I had a massive lasagna. Right,
David, you
Schlichting,
require 161.
161 for the match. This would move him on to 12 points in the group and put him in a real good position to progress. It's not going to go on this
60.
occasion, and so
James, you
Richardson has
require
a chance here on
77.
77. Remember, he was 3-1 behind. He now wants Tots to send us all the way.
57.
This time he couldn't find
David, you require
one
101.
after finding a pair in the last. Double 12 for a ton
Game
topper
shot
for
and the
David
match.
Schlichting.
David Schlichting.
And he knows the significance of that victory. It puts him on to 12 points. It puts him so close. The turtle is oh so close to crossing the finishing line. And you can see with the celebration into the camera how significant that victory he feels that is. An 86.91 average. 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. Schlichting beats Richardson by 4 legs to 2. After the break, the other player in the top of the table equation is Scott Taylor. He takes on the dancing hammer, Andy Hamilton.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, David Schlichting beat James Richardson by 4-2. That knocks him out of contention. Scott Taylor in action now against Andy Hamilton. Defeat for him would eliminate him and would effectively set up the 3-horse race, which you realistically think it's going to be anyway. But Scott Taylor, the 32-year-old from Bolton in Lancashire, the former Challenge Tour winner, up against, well, the Happy Hammer, Andy Hamilton, who was hop, skipping and jiving after victory against Jarno Bottenberg last time out. Was that the floss and Fortnite he was doing? I don't know, but it was...
first leg, it's Scott
He carries on like that, he'll be doing an audition for Strictly Come Dancing next year.
Do you genuinely think Andy Hamilton knows what a floss is, other than what he puts between his teeth? I can tell you for sure, he has no idea what a floss is. He probably doesn't even know what Fortnite is. I'd be surprised if he knew what an Xbox was.
41.
To be fair, the closest I know to... Do you remember the Harlem Shake? That's the closest one that I remember in terms of dance crazes.
134.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Imagine Super Series Harlem Shake.
To be fair, there was some good dancing at the Christmas Do last year.
Surprised you remember it.
139.
And of course, who can forget Gangnam Style?
Well, this is a chance here for Scott Taylor to essentially knock the people at the bottom of the table out of the equation. Because not
58.
only would an Andy Hamilton defeat
Scott,
here
you require
eliminate himself, but
148.
take Steve Brown out of the equation as well. Due to the reason that Scott Taylor would move on to 12 points.
132.
Well, this is some start, leaving 8 after 12 to put the opening chalk on the board. Hamilton can do nothing by way of response in this opening leg.
137.
So 2-8 to
Scott, you require 16.
A 1-0 lead. Now for fours. Now, choices.
14.
Because he's left himself in the madhouse with his opponent not on a finish. There was an argument there that he should have, possibly could have, bust and burst the score to go back to the original target of 8.
Yeah, I just don't think we're ever going to get a situation where a player turns down a 2-2 because
58.
it's something that traditionally
Scott, you require
isn't
2.
an issue other than coming inside. He might
Game
throw a
shot on the
safer
first
dart
leg,
2-2,
Scott Taylor.
but I think we're a few developments away from players refusing the 2-2.
Second
No
leg,
issue
it's
there,
Andy
though,
to
for
throw first.
Scott Taylor.
Game on.
Finds the 1-1. He loves it up the top end of the board.
Well, regardless of the situation, Taylor 1 up.
93.
3 away from eliminating 3 players.
$100.
That would just leave Scotty Taylor, David Schlichting, and Jarno Bottenberg still in there battling. Bottenberg would be coming up next against Steve
81.
Brown. It'll be 2 from those 3. But there's a long way to go in this one yet, and that would be assuming that Andy Hamilton doesn't beat Scott
100.
Taylor, which we know he is more than capable of doing so, and is on a run of winning form.
Well, the odds compilers didn't give Hamilton much of a chance before this one got underway. He was the 6-4 outsider with the odds compilers, while Scott Taylor went off the heavy 1-2 dog in this one.
100.
Remember, if you are having a flutter at the Super Series, 18+ begambleaware.org.
What is it with you and Scott Taylor? Yesterday was Scott Mitchell,
38.
today's the dog. Are you trying to turn him into Scott Mitchell?
I'm trying to give him a world championship. Not that Scott mentions that world championship.
39.
Hello, Scott. I know you're tuning in. Hope you're well, pal. We're going to see Scott next week. A little bit of a spoiler.
99.
Looking forward to what, working with Scotty Dog again. So this 164 for Scott Taylor to double his lead to 2-0.
60. Scott, you require 164.
He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he? Scott Taylor, who can just
46.
burst into life with these sort of
Andy, you require
big
128.
finishes, big hits, big shots. It's the gel, the things that glue them together.
$80.
How about a 118?
Scott, you require 180.
Does he have Andy Hamilton's number?
Andy's already taken this finish out today against James Richardson in his first game. And that first dart looked like a handy enough guide for the treble. And
78.
that last dart was just pure frustration
Andy,
as it finds the double 19
48.
to square up for tops. He is not happy in the background. And he may be seething even more if Hamilton can take out this tops to level proceedings up at 1 apiece. Oh, wow, that's a big miss. That's a big
16.
pull. And Taylor comes
Scott,
back.
you require 40.
Lovely guide.
Game shot on the
Lovely
second leg.
dart.
Scott Taylor.
It's a break for Taylor. He's 2-0 up. He's halfway there. He's halfway towards eliminating half of the field.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Work to do.
60.
Scott Taylor did start the week as the favourite to win the entire week, not just to win this group. Didn't start favourite this morning, but Andy Hamilton just seems to have lost all sort of release of the dart. Struggling to get it out of the hand. It's like the hand's just not opening at the moment.
99.
You can tell that by the angle in which the darts are entering the board, where it's just kicking over to the left.
Better. 93.
Better for the hammer. See him at the back of the stage,
85.
actually, just looking at the hand. This is something that normally comes if there's a bit of coldness in the air, but it's not too bad out there, so it's not that form of issue for the hammer. It looks like it might have only been a momentarily problem.
180.
Yeah, it was a little bit brisk on Monday, but other than that, the conditions have been set fair quite perfectly here at the Live Lounge this
28.
week. And sometimes it is just getting a little bit of warmth on the hand, maybe just a bit of a blow of it. We saw our good friend and colleague Paul Nicholson. That was a famous thing he did, wasn't it? To blow his hands before he released a dart.
140.
If you remember the year the UK Open with the Beast from the East with the snow, all the players, we had hand warmers in our pockets.
97.
And you kept putting
Andy,
your
you
hand in your
require
pocket
83.
to get hand warmer out to keep your hand warm in between shots. It was that cold. It just affected the throw and the release.
Can he just nudge it off the barrel?
51.
Oh, how has he not found
Scott,
the
you
bed?
require 132.
Is it time to pop the cork? Bull. Bull. Double
Game
16
shot on the third
for the
leg.
champagne
Scott Taylor.
finish. And he may well be able to pop the cork shortly. He's 3-0 to the good, and he's a leg away from eliminating half of the field.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And that was a throw saver. When you have to take out a shot like a 1-3-2, you tend to feel like it's a breaker throw, but actually that was just a hold on.
55.
Keeps that 0 on the column of Andy Hamilton, though. Who's just
80.
coming in and out in this game of form.
$85.
The thing is, Scott Taylor's in his position, but it's not felt like any point today, at least, he has felt truly comfortable on that stage. It felt like, just watching him in the background, it feels like things are becoming a chore for him.
43.
That's just purely down to the fact he wants the job done now. He doesn't want to wait for it. He doesn't want it done at the end of this match or the next match or game number 10. You want the job done now as a player. You don't want to be sat around waiting. And it's just that lack of patience. We tend to see this a lot with the younger players as well, that they always want it yesterday.
80.
Using firm control of this match. A fabulous last leg for Scott Taylor, who will wipe out half of the field here if he is to convert this tops. And then just need to repel the challenge of just one of David Schlichting or Jarno Bottenberg
131.
to book his place in Saturday night alongside Reece Robinson.
Double 5, last start in hand.
35.
Dips below. Hamilton gets a Hail Mary shot
Andy
at 107.
107.
Double 16, the shot. Doesn't go this time. And so Taylor's back for 5.
51. Scott, you
For a
require
4-0 win,
5.
which have put him on to 12 points at the top of the group. It's down for double 2. It's
Game
in
shot.
the double 2.
Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor moves one step closer now towards tomorrow night's final. A player who has already tasted Champions Week is hoping to taste it again, and he is one step closer, having eliminated half of the field in the process. That man there, Andy Hamilton, walks off stage knowing that his hopes of progression are over. Taylor with a superb champagne finish of 132 amongst the mix and a 4-0 victory. And coming up after the break, Jarno Bottenberg takes on Steve Brown.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV, where that man there, Jarno Bottenberg, is looking to keep himself within touching distance of the top two. Taylor takes on Schlichting in a couple of games. In the next game, he's hoping to keep himself in amongst the mix as he takes on Steve Brown, who has been eliminated from the competition. Bottenberg, who's going to be making a debut at the Lakeside Championship in December, takes on a man who has played at many a PDC World Championship. His best return, a last 32 appearance in 2011.
First leg, it's Jarno to
the
throw
Bristolian
first.
is looking to stop
Game
Bottenberg from progressing his way through. The odds compilers have Bottenberg off as the 2 to 5 favourite. Steve Brown, the outsider, at 7 to 4. What says you, Matthew?
Yeah, I'd have to go with Bottenberg on the basis
48.
of how much it means to Bottenberg as well. And we know that he can get through those situations. Those qualifiers, not easy to do so. 256
58.
players in the field. He came through to book himself a place in an all-or-nothing match.
97.
So I would agree with those odds compilers. And we spoke a little bit this week about who's going to be the favourite for Champions Week. I think there's a
45.
significant result just happened over in the Pro Tour. Darryl Pilgrim's just beaten Michael Smith 6-4, averaging nearly 107 to Michael Smith's 111. He will be here in just over a week's time, looking for that £20,000 prize. That is the type of form that's going to be needed to win that week.
140.
And that's the form that man is in. Darryl Pilgrim, got to be your favourite for Champions Week.
Just a reminder, the dates that you need for your diary as far as Champions Week is concerned is Monday,
40.
October the 30th. That is when we're going to begin. And the conclusion, the big night, is Saturday, the 4th
96.
of November. Tickets are actually still available for that evening session via that QR code, which sends you to a website called dartshop.tv. We'll
60.
flash that
Jarno, you
back
require
up
105.
in a few seconds' time. Bottenberg looking to take out the 105, looking for tops.
65.
Doesn't go.
Steve, you require 116.
The grimace on the face of Steve Brown
88.
suggests that he thinks Jarno's going to come
Jarno,
back
you
and mop
require
this one
40.
up.
10s and now 5s.
35.
But chances are
Steve, you
getting
require
spurned
28.
10 to the dozen. And so Brown
Game shot on
can
the
take
first leg.
full
Steve Brown.
opportunity to break the Bottenberg throw and to lead by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
He's had 3 opportunities. They've come and they've gone, and he now tries to limber up. Needs to wake up.
83.
This is the all-important QR code that you need to
60.
join us on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Every single Saturday evening, you can get your tickets on that. It's dartshop.tv, the place you need to go to pound the booking
60.
fee for a real fun night of darts. And if you come this Saturday, you may even be
96.
lucky enough to get an autograph with Matthew Edgar and possibly flog it on eBay.
I've seen there's a few on there at the moment, actually. It's not gone past the 99p
82.
starting bid yet, but there are hopes.
You sell yours for as much as 99p.
Not yet. No one's bid.
105.
Someone actually told me the other week, can I have a photo? Can I have a photo?
95.
Turned out I was the one holding the phone. Tumbleweed.
Yeah.
95.
Well, Bottenberg here leaving himself on a finish.
80.
First to a finish, and Brown
Jarno, you
couldn't really
require
make advantage of the position that
145.
he was in on throw. This 145 isn't going to go. Brown is already treated as 2
44.
3-ton plus finishes already
Steve,
today.
you require
If he can add a
101.
4 to the collection, he puts him halfway there. Treble 19 would have left double 12.
Sloppy last start there
49.
from Jarno Bottenberg
Jarno, you
as well.
require
Just
101.
means he now needs to use all 3 of these darts. He needed the treble.
24.
Another sloppy visit there from
Steve
Jarno
require
Bottenberg. He's
52.
making an absolute mess of this one.
Game shot on the second
And
leg. Steve Brown.
He's being the janitor. He's mopping that mess up.
Third leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
2 from 2 when it's come to the doubles.
Really has been a strength
100.
of Steve Brown throughout the week. If there's something that you can really take away from that, it would be his doubles percentages. 15 from 35 yesterday.
85.
Puts him over the 33% that we'd expect to see. But his best day came on Wednesday.
140.
When he threw just 25 darts at the double and converted 14.
120. 41.
We talk about players going through the gears. I think Steve Brown goes through the gears in terms of the pace of his throw. Certainly speeding up.
96. 100.
Bottenberg leaves himself on the ladder shot. Brown looking for a treble here to leave himself on the square ton.
60.
Doesn't find it.
Jarno, you require
And so
120.
Bottenberg here looking to climb the ladder and to get his first step on the board, but that's a slip in the single one. And
80.
good recovery the
Steve,
last,
you require
unless
140.
there is another ton topper in the locker, not on this occasion.
45. Jarno, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Jarno
Yes,
Bottenberg.
the old Bob Anderson finger point from Jarno Bottenberg.
Fourth
Steve
leg,
Brown
Steve
wasn't
to throw
overly
first.
pleased with it.
Game on.
I wonder if that's going to wake up the Steve Brown celebration. We had a bit of the leave the arm out, look at the camera and give it a wink
45.
yesterday.
$100. 140. 57. 81. 134. 85.
Didn't really take full advantage following the first start of that visit, Steve Brown, and so it presents Bottenberg an opportunity against the darts.
100.
Crams
Steve,
in
you
a
require 150.
treble with his last start, and so Brown needs this 150. He's going for double 15. He was nearly going for
120.
another golden finish.
Jarno, you require 110.
Here's a finish Steve Brown actually took out on Tuesday. So he'd have had good vibes going for that one. He will come back
54.
for the double 15. Jarno
Steve, you
unable to
require
capitalise
30.
on the opportunity.
Double 4 inside.
26.
And that was an
Jarno, you
opportunity for
require
a 3-1
56.
lead, which is come a begging. And so Bottenberg gets a couple at tops. And he can't find the
36.
double 10 either.
Steve, you
And he
require
may well
4.
be seeing his hopes walk down a slippery slope as Brown comes back for double 2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And the
Steve
madhouse
Brown.
is found with the last dart in hand, and that man has got it all to do. He has got an uphill task, not just in this game,
Fifth leg, it's Jarno
but
to throw
possibly
first.
in this group if he
Game
is
on.
defeated. The only saving grace that he has is Taylor and Schlichting play next.
60.
And the fact that he plays Scott Taylor in his last match. But you're relying on a lot of variables
134.
in that particular scenario.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the game
46.
for Jarno. And that's probably why we're seeing him miss a few extra opportunities than we're normally used to seeing.
100.
He's in big trouble. Steve Brown finding the
60.
required outcomes, and another trebleless visit for Jarno Bottenberg. That's 9 darts without a treble in this one.
60.
It's got to be a max.
99.
It's not, and Brown has got the luxury of time to complete the job against the throw.
100.
When he leaves the finish,
Steve, you require
do you
107.
fancy on the balance of play here that Steve Brown should be looking at 6 darts here at the 107?
67.
Fabulous last start there for
Jarno,
Steve.
you require 140.
And he will be coming back 3 darts in hand to wrap this one up 4-1 and get his first victory of the
Steve,
day.
you require 40.
Tots of Brown to beat Bottenberg.
Game shot.
Tots is found,
Steve
and Jarno
Brown.
Bottenberg now is in a world of trouble. His hopes are hanging by a thin thread as Steve Brown walks off a 4-1 victor, and he is happy with himself. That was the walk down the steps of a very happy man. A 4-1 victory means that the victor of the next game between Scott Taylor and David Schlichting will qualify for tomorrow night's final. Join us next.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's week 11 of Series 5, and Rhys Robinson qualified for finals night by winning Group A. In the next match, we will get our second qualifier. We'll take a look at the order of play, the results that have happened already. In that last one, Steve Brown with a 4-1 success over Jarno Bottenberg means that this game coming up between Scott Taylor and David Schlichting is an opportunity for one of them to go through. If we take a look at the Group C table, you will see why both on 12 points at the top of it. So whoever wins this game will be too far ahead of third place and therefore will be through to the finals with a game to spare. So the first point of opportunity to join Rhys Robinson at finals night and talking you through the big match are our big commentary team, Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Cheers, Chris. And so, who is going to join Mr. Must See at the Mr. Must Play night here at the Super Series? David Schlichting and Scott Taylor now have it in the palm of their hands. Victory, and they are there. It is as simple as that. It's what David Schlichting would have hoped for when he threw his first dart on Monday morning. It was what Scott Taylor was hoping for in his redemption mission at the Super Series. He played in week 2. He didn't make it through.
First leg, it's
and
Scott
now
to throw
he's
first.
looking to
Game on.
right the wrongs of last time and get himself into Champions Week. A Champions Week being a
70.
place he's been at before. Beat Andy Bolton with an average of 109 back in Series 3 to book his place there. And then he made it through to the Saturday. played in the semi-final, lost to Luke Littler. That's the CV he's got in this
58.
competition, and that is the reputation, Matthew Edgar, he's looking to uphold.
137. 134.
Strong start from Scotty T. You expect him to be the favourite in this one based on previous experiences. But in these games, when they're short format and there's a lot riding on them,
133.
things can change very,
David, you
very
require
quickly, certainly in the
170.
approach play of the players.
Another one of them. Can the turtle find the fish?
127. Scott, you require 106.
Tots for Taylor for a ton top of his own.
Shot on the first
That
leg.
is
Scott
some
Taylor.
way to take out the first leg when you're put under severe pressure. Scott Taylor up and running. He leads Schlichting 1-0.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $125.
Well, we hope that games like this give us something
55.
fairly good, fairly special, and already this one is brimming up quite nicely.
60. 46.
We just look ahead to
100.
the future fixtures. That Jarno Bottenberg defeat to Steve Brown looks like so damaging.
134.
But not if you're in the bail. You're one of the fans of David Schlichting. That was exactly what you wanted to see, because
81.
technically Schlichting doesn't have to win any more games now. We just needs to hope Jarno doesn't win his last two.
Well, if James Richardson beats Jarno Bottenberg,
59.
this game is completely and
David,
utterly
you require
irrelevant.
135.
Scott Taylor's got to play Jarno Bottenberg as well, so Jarno's got a very tough end to the fixtures.
45.
I think Schlichting's in a fabulous position here to get through. Even if he isn't to win this game, there should be no panic.
96. David, you require 90.
90 here for Schlichting to level up at one apiece. Remember, he missed a dart at the bullseye on the back of the 170 in the last leg, and it's going to be only the solitary dart at the middle portion
65.
again here, and he grazes the 25.
Scott, you require
Taylor
111.
looking for a second ton topper after Schlichting's missed the ball for a second leg in succession.
22. David, you require 25.
2/8 to level up.
$20.
Just moves over the other side and
Scott,
into
you
the 11.
require 89.
Chance for the break. Chance for 2-0. Chance to put him halfway towards the qualification post if he can find the bullseye.
64. David, you require 5. Game shot on the second leg. David Schlichting.
I get the vibe here that this means so much to David Schlichting, where
Third leg, it's Scott to throw
Taylor's kind
first.
of taking this. His two players
Game
are
on.
approaching a very important game in two completely different ways. Feel like Schlichting is literally living every single dart up there right now.
100.
And the prep for Schlichting fans will be
140.
following every single dart with bated breath.
The Schlichting fans?
95.
Okay, the bail.
$134.
He's making a move here on the Scott Taylor throw.
99.
If you're Jono Bottenberg, you are praying for a Schlichting win about now.
99.
It's just easier, the task, if you know that Taylor's on that number of points than it is Schlichting being on that number of points.
133. David, you require 128.
For a 2-1 lead and a break of throw. Trouble 20 and Bolt. Not going to happen this time, and so Taylor's got an
92.
opportunity to
Scott, you
get his
require
nose
74.
in front. Dart at tops.
54.
Drags below. Break opportunity here for Schlichting on
David,
double
you require
18.
36. Game shot on the
What an
third
adjustment
leg.
across
David
the board. No
Schlichting.
one likes it over at double 9, but in that situation where it's the last dart in hand, you've just got to be aggressive and attack. And then Schlichting
Fourth
did
leg,
exactly
it's
that
David
and
to
found
throw
the
first.
required target.
Game on.
Scott Taylor in a little bit of bother now. He's had his throw broken. And David is
180.
making a move.
Scott Taylor is now officially in a world of trouble.
58.
Been broken, and Schlichting's kicked off max. He's not going to continue in this particular leg in his road towards perfection.
58. 58. 96.
So Schlichting is going to get at least 6 darts
125.
from 167
David, you require
to
167.
open up a 3-1 advantage.
57.
Remember, victory and he is through. A Saturday night on debut would be quite the achievement for David, who, by his own admission, said he was under the
50.
weather at the beginning of the week.
David, you require
But
110.
now in rude health and in rude form. Double 16.
78.
Would have been for 3-1, but he is going to come back.
60. David, you require 32.
Double 16 for Schlichting. What can he see of that? That is awkward. Scott Taylor in the background was thinking, good luck, mate. Oh,
Game shot
what
on
a
the fourth
dart.
flag. David
What a
Schlichting.
find. What a time. 3-1, he's a leg away. That could be a big dart at double 16.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Although it seems like a million miles away at the moment for Scott Taylor, he does have the advantage of throwing 2 of the 3 legs that he would require. So it's not as bad of a
96.
situation as you'd imagine by just taking a look purely at the scoreboard right now.
$100.
This is a drop-off in performance for Scott Taylor and a rise of performance for David
58.
Schlichting. Which, when you look at this sort of game with that guarantee sort of qualification on the line, this is where you'd expect someone like Scott Taylor
57.
to have come through and produced a better performance than what we've seen so far.
Well, we've seen it before in big
98.
matches. Who can forget the parabolica phenomenon against Andy Bolton?
100.
He's going to have to dig in here.
180.
That's digging in.
And a little
58.
tell there into where
Scott,
the
you
headspace
require
is of
69.
Scott Taylor, where he throws his arm as if to say, where have you been this whole time?
Game shot on the fifth leg, Scott Taylor.
That's job 1 done. 1 of 3. If he's to turn this around, he has to win the remaining
Sixth
2
leg,
legs.
it's David to throw first.
But it's going to have to start
Game
with a
on.
breaker throw here.
This is where Scott Taylor is praying,
58.
praying that it was not a treble, and his prayers are answered. But now he's got to do his side of the job.
140.
He does so by hitting a 140. He's taken the darts after the first round of throws in this 6th leg. But Schlichting isn't going to just stand down quietly.
180.
Well, he got himself a little bit excited there on the 180 and he nearly fell over.
Which I think Scott Taylor was trying not to laugh at. He's still trying to not laugh now. He's got a half
96.
smile across his face. And I'm with you, Scott. I would have been laughing away.
57.
You can't park there, sir.
$57.
But the time is running out for Scott Taylor.
Well, now Schlichting has his darts back and he's using them to full advantage. There's no
138.
trip and no slip here now.
Needs a treble.
94.
Gives
David,
him
you
a
require
outside
68.
opportunity. But he needs to rely on the miss here from Schlichting, who is going to get a dart tops on the match.
48.
Qualification dart has come and gone for David Schlichting. Taylor comes back for 114. This would be the skin saver of all skin savers.
94.
But the tops goes awry.
David, you
and
require
so Schlichting
20.
comes back for double 10 to join Rhys Robinson in tomorrow night's final. But it moves inside.
No score.
And he's spurred more and more opportunities.
Scott, you require 20.
Taylor's still alive in this clash. But he's handed back
10.
the reprieve.
David, you require 20.
He can't believe it. He feels he's blown it. Double 5.
15.
More chances. More and more chances have come and gone.
Scott, you require 10.
This is incredible.
It's going to have to come with his options here to go straight forward. He
Game
does
shot on a
straight forward,
sick flag.
straight in the
Taylor.
middle. David Schlichting has had his chances. He's had a couple of handfuls of darts. He
7th
wasn't
and
able
final
to get
leg.
over
It's
the
Scott
line.
to
It's the
throw
hardest
first.
job to do in a
Game
game of
on.
darts. Win that first leg and win the one that wins you the match. Was that his opportunity?
97.
Doesn't mean he's not going to be able to qualify. If even he does lose this, he's going to be in a very, very strong position still to get through and appease the bail.
55.
But the fanfare moment may have passed him by here against Scotty T.
Who is beginning to rev up now.
134.
The worst thing you can do is give him a lifeline because he then suddenly turns on. He is turned on. He is tuned in.
82.
And he's now got the full ascendancy in this last leg. A leg that will send
85.
someone through. Doesn't send somebody out if they lose it. But someone's going to get a cast iron guarantee in the next couple of minutes.
93.
It looks like it's going to be Scott Taylor.
He's got nearly 100 points plus the 3 in his hand.
134.
That is a sizable visit. It has to be a couple of trebles here for David Schlichting. Needs another. Yeah,
86.
To do 104 there to leave the
Scott, you require
167.
51.
Scott Taylor, who has survived match darts,
Game shot.
finds
on
a
the
match
Scott
start
Taylor.
and finds himself through to tomorrow night's final. He beats David Schlichting by 4 legs to 3, who had his own opportunities to qualify through. That is the sigh of relief from a man who knows he's in. That is the disconsolate look of a man who knows he's had an opportunity and he's let it pass him by. that the tale of the tape from that particular encounter. Taylor with an 86.4 average, 4 out of 12 on the doubles. That defeat for David Schlichting could well be irrelevant because if James Richardson beats Jarno Bottenberg, the race is over.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. With that man there, Jarno Bottenberg is in must-win territory. Defeat to that man there, James Richardson, and he is out. And it would mean that David Schlichting will join Scott Taylor in tomorrow night's final. That is after Taylor sealed a 4-3 victory in that top-of-the-table clash. After Schlichting had numerous match starts to get the job done himself.
James to throw first. Game on.
The drama may well be coming to a head here. It could be over in this game, or it could be heading down to the last round.
60.
It is must-win for Jarno. And they can't split the pair.
90.
They're 5 to 6 each of 2 with the odds compilers prior to play getting underway. Richardson with nothing to lose, just everything to gain. It was his second crack at the Super Series this time around. And unfortunately, like last time, his
140.
campaign ends in Group C. Has made a final before. And when I say final, I mean the final.
45.
Lost out to Graham Usher back in December of last year. His rate for glory in this salubrious venue goes on.
$60.
But you could really do a
Jarno,
favour
you
here
require
for
150.
David Schlichting. The damage really was done in the last game when Jarno lost to Steve Brown, but he's out here fighting and swinging.
132.
Richardson does have one more fixture to fulfill after this one. That will be against
100.
Steve Brown in our
Jarno, you require
last fixture
18.
of the day.
Needs double 4.
14.
Moves inside.
James, you require 96.
May think of the double-double here. Did think of the double-double.
56. Jarno, you require 4.
And so down for double 2. Needs to move across to the left-hand
2.
side, but he overcompensates and overadjusts.
James, you require 40.
And now Richardson's back for tops.
And this was a problem in his last game against Steve Brown, not taking the opportunities when they presented themselves.
Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
It's almost as if he's very aware of the severity of the situation and he's
second leg,
just
it's
trying
Jarno
a bit
to throw
too
first.
hard.
Game on.
That's a Bottenberg maximum. They've been in quite short supply in comparison to yesterday. He hit 4 against Andy Hamilton in his second
60.
match. But they're the only maximums he's hit today. He may well hit 2 in succession. He may well be on a 9.
80.
Like a bus.
140.
You wait all day for one, then 2 come along in quick succession. One thing he has done is dominated his darts here. Back-to-back 180s has given him a couple of 100 points advantage in the scoring department.
100. Yano, you require 96.
For a potential 12 dart leg.
56.
He sets up for tops after 12 to level this game up at 1 apiece.
85. Yano, you require 40.
But will the woes continue on the doubles for Yano?
Game shot on his second leg.
Face
Yano
of the
Bottenberg.
eyebrows. The 9th attempt at the double. And he's finally back in the outer ring.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Just watching the exhale of Yano's breath. It feels like he's feeling it a little bit.
140.
I think that's very evident in the way in which the game is coming through, as did his last game when he went down 4-1 to Steve Brown. The game that I think has potentially ruined his chances of getting through this.
100.
This is our overhead camera angle where we can show you the entry of the dart into
55.
the board. And as you can see there for Yano, his darts sit up to attention, as does James.
41. 58.
But as we can see from that angle, perhaps more evidently, is he's one of those players with a bit of an FDM, and we've seen a few times now that first dart just go
60.
way above the target, maybe too far above to be a guide or a marker.
140. James, you require 160.
That would have been going into hurt territory there. He did take out a big hurting
60.
finish yesterday. The biggest
Yano,
one of them
you require
all.
108.
The 170. But it's top, so Yano.
88. James, you require 100.
That was for a breaker throw. May stay there. No, he's gone tops.
80.
And I think that treble 20
Yano,
was
you
so
require
inviting. He got
20.
the tops anyway, so he's still got the dart, the double. It just looked so inviting there on the top wire. And more missed opportunities
score.
for Jarno Bottenberg.
James, you require
and
20.
you feel like the chances are going to run out very soon.
He's 1 from 12 on the doubles, Bottenberg, so far.
Game shot on
And
the
he has
third
been
leg.
punished
James
royally
Richardson.
by Richardson. And he's potentially now, Jarno Bottenberg, a couple of legs away
Fourth leg,
from
it's Yano
booking
to throw
his
first. Game on.
ticket back to the Netherlands.
57.
11 missed darts at double in 3 legs of darts.
96.
And it's not something I would associate with Jarno
58.
Bottenberg on the basis of play over the last couple of days. For him to be someone who misses or passes by too many opportunities.
140.
But we've not been watching him take these opportunities under this sort of scrutiny.
100.
Because he's now starting to get tighter in the legs column as well. Every time James Richardson wins a leg, David Schlichting
59.
is probably fist bumping some camera somewhere.
$45. 60. 140.
But he's
James, you
going to dig
require
in. That's one thing we're going to
146.
get from Jarno. That 146 would have felt like
60.
a dagger.
Jarno, you require 101.
But he may have to take out the 101. Triple 14 for tops.
81.
Assists below. That's now a 12th missed
James, you
dart to double
require
in this match.
86.
And Richardson returns to 86 for the break and a 3-1 lead. 18 and bull. The treble leaves double 7. The bullseye
61.
doesn't go. Jarno gets another
Jarno, you
go.
require 20. Game shot on the
Doesn't
fourth
pass
flag.
that one by
Jarno
2-2.
Bottenberg.
And that was an important one as well, just for the player psychology moments.
Fifth
because
flag, it's James to
James
throw
Richardson's
first.
the sort of player as
Game
well
on.
that'd be very aware of the misses. And if he was to miss again, Richardson would then start thinking, you can't beat me, pal.
$140.
The thoughts have probably already creeped into his head that Jarno's going to struggle to cross the line.
97. $60.
So as James's year is concerned, he won 2 ADC Open
140.
Series titles. Been very prolific on that particular circuit over the last 12 to 18 months or so. The Adam Mould in event
100.
6, 6-1.
James, you require
Chris Wickenden 6-3 in
161.
event 2.
$83. Jarno, you require 164.
Feel like he needs something big to go his way. Feel like he needs the bullseye to go his way.
120. James, you require 78.
Huge dart.
58.
Potentially a huge miss.
Jarno, you require
and a huge
44.
turn of fortune for Jarno Bottenberg. 4 tops.
Game shot on the fifth
That
flag. Jarno
was
Bottenberg.
the reaction of relief from a man who feels as if he may be getting away with it a little bit. He leads 3-2.
Sixth
He now
flag,
has
it's
the
Jarno to
darts
throw
to
first.
keep himself
Game
in
on.
the equation.
96.
The problem he's going to face, though, is he's going to have to find his absolute best, his A game, because it will be a match with Scott Taylor,
100.
a player who's already qualified, the favourite to win this group, the favourite to win the week before the start of play.
140.
That would be the task facing Jarno if he can complete the job here against James Richardson. And even then, he's going to have to hope that Andy Hamilton can do something against David Schlichting.
60.
So it is possible, as much as it may feel improbable.
43. $60.
Try visit means that Bottenberg now has 6 starts for the match. He's using those to
105.
the fullest of effect.
$46. Jarno, you require 117.
Triple 19. Tops to keep him in the race.
97.
It's not being clean and clinical, but still around the 90 average here from
100.
Jarno, showing just
Jarno,
how
you
good the
require
scoring power has
20.
been.
He thought it was in. He has to step back. He has to readjust. Double 5.
10. James, you require 135.
Is he going to come back for more? Yes is the answer.
85. Jarno, you require 10. No score.
He just cannot cross that
James,
line.
you require 50.
20 missed darts at double in this match.
Game shot on a sick flag.
Now
James
he's
Richardson.
left with the sizable task that he's going to have to break the throw of James Richardson. He looks completely dejected.
7
looks
from
like
final
a
leg.
man
It's
who
James to throw first.
Knows the opportunity may
Game
have
on.
passed him by.
The old Phil Taylor bite of the flights.
123.
It's like a guy who's opened his Christmas present and got an empty box.
134.
Well, you could be correct in thinking that Bottenberg may feel Battenberged in the side of his mind, but he's come out swinging in this last leg.
58.
His whole week rests on 501 points. His whole week rests on this one leg. And he will not like what he's seeing in the background. He will not like it one bit. He's going to have to respond in kind.
60.
Richardson has got 6 for the
James,
match.
you require 140.
A match which Bottenberg has missed 20 darts at Dublin, has spurred match-winning opportunities in.
60.
And may well have ended his hopes of making it through to Saturday night on his debut. He needs another one.
100.
Doesn't find another one.
James,
and
you
that
require
sink
80.
of his head to his shoulders may well be the white flag concession. Tops.
60.
Risky over
Jano,
aggressive
you require
play.
147.
Was just issued a small opportunity.
137.
Leaves himself on 10. The double he's
James,
not
you
been able to
require
hit.
10. 20. Game shot.
And
the
double
match.
10
James
eliminates
Richardson.
Jarno Bottenberg and sends David Schlichting into tomorrow night's final. 3 of the 6 players they'll be playing in the finale are confirmed. And Jarno Bottenberg, a thumbs up to the camera. He knows that his run has been ended by James Richardson, courtesy of a 4-3 victory. Coming up after this short break, Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown are going to be on the hockey. Neither player can progress their way through to Saturday night's final. We know the 2 identities now. They'll be playing off after this.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where now 3 of the spots at finals night tomorrow are secured. If we take a look at the Group C table, you will see that the gap is now too big for Jarno Bottenberg to bridge after that defeat before the break there. 2 James Richardson, it is David Schlichting and Scott Taylor who will be joining Rhys Robinson on that stage on Saturday night here at the Super Series. So with a few games left to spare, 4 in fact, those 2 are through. They'll still jostle it out to see who tops the table in the remaining matches today. But the first of the final 4 features Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown. And talking you through the action, it's back to Henry and Matt.
A game that would have been played many a times in many a buildings around the world on the PDC Pro Tour. Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton Andy Hamilton, the damage was done yesterday. It's not been today that's been the problem for him. He's managed to win his first 2 out of 3 matches. But the damage was done yesterday for the Hammer, who was only able to pick up 2 points from his 5 games. That came in this fixture, fixture number 4, when he produced his best performance of the week so far, a 95.43. For Steve Brown, who knows what to expect? He's changed the pace, he's changed the darts.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
One thing for sure with Andy Hamilton is we'll get that same robotic pace all the way through this match, which means Steve Brown's going to be able to play at whatever pace he fancies.
Yeah, Andy's not going to be perturbed
37.
one little bit. And I suppose with these two out of the equation, I suppose we can have a little bit of a
96.
reminiscent trip down memory lane in terms of their careers. And in particular, Andy Hamilton, the Hammer, who we've mentioned his World Championship exploits, but that possibly
42.
plays underneath actually what he has done in terms of the game, because there's not many tournaments throughout. He had a run, didn't he, between 2012 and 2014, where he made the quarterfinals of every single televised event. I mean, have a look at this. Is his record in PDC Premier events. World Championship, as we know, runner-up 2012. World Match Play, twice semi-finals. World Grand Prix, semi-finals. UK Open, runner-up. Grand Slam, runner-up. European Championship
96.
quarterfinals. Premier League semi-finals. Desert Classic quarterfinals. The Players' Championship finals and semi-finals. The only PDC Premier event he's played in
41.
and has never made the quarterfinals of is the Masters. The only event.
He had a very, very good years of consistency
58.
where he'd literally almost be in the quarterfinals or beyond of every single event. It always felt like his route was already in.
100. $85.
Steve Brown here with the ascendancy in this first leg against the darts.
56.
Come on then, what's the likelihood of this 148 going, Matt?
Well, if it is, he's going to need
26.
2 trebles and a double. So it's got to
Steve,
be
you require
perfect.
148.
Doesn't get the first one.
60. Andy, you require 157.
And the Hammer misses the opening treble as well.
39. Steve, you require
Slow
88.
and steady start to this one from both.
48. Andy, you require
Both players are
118.
eliminated from the tournament. We do know our 2 players going through this group, Schlichting and Taylor.
We'll stay there because a treble will leave double 19. Not to be, and so Brown is back for tops to
44.
take the opening leg against
Steve, you
the foe.
require 40.
1 up, 1 down, and the
Game
double
shot on the
10 is
first leg.
found.
Steve Brown.
1-0 Brown.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
The Hamilton, a lot to ponder. Picked up on that last game, that the release just seemed to be
134.
off. There seemed to be a problem with the opening of the hand. The dart coming out and kicking out to the side.
$47.
And he just looks completely unsettled. He's trying to take his time and be deliberate.
100.
It doesn't seem to be aiding the cause and producing some quality darts.
$43.
Notice how Steve Brown's darts are sort of looking straight
80.
back down the line. With Andy Hamilton's, we've just got a bit of a kick over to the side, which again just means that the dart's just riding on the thumb a little bit longer.
$82.
Last dart more the case in point.
100.
The energy has been exasperated as far as Hamilton's concerned, and Brown has got whatever time he likes to take a 2-0 lead.
$85. Steve, you require 87.
87. Treble 10 would leave tops. Doesn't have to chase the ball with Hamilton back
47.
on 2-4-4. And he will square up for tops to take a 2-0 lead.
$96. Steve, you require
For a 2-0
40.
lead. Tops. Can he drag it below about half an inch?
No score.
No is the answer.
Andy, you require 148.
Well, nothing has gone Hamilton's way in this game so far. And so it would be ironic if he could take out a 148. Not going to happen.
78. Steve, you require 40. Game shot on a
Brown
second
makes
leg.
it 2-0.
Steve Brown.
He steps in. He leads by a couple of legs now and finds himself halfway towards the victory post.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $41.
Andy's really struggling in this one. Yet to register score over a ton.
100.
He does have another fixture still to come as well. He'll be taking on David Schlichting in a game's time. Jono Bottenberg versus Scott Taylor, the meat between the Andy Hamilton bread of matches.
58. $140.
First 140 of the match.
$58.
There's no signs that Andy Hamilton's going to snap out of this right now. That's completely dejected.
130. $140.
Well, that would have been the kickstart
Steve, you require
proceedings for
131.
Hamilton. Brown looking for 131 for the double break and a 3-0 lead.
$91.
Leads himself tots after 12. This has been a much improved leg from both. 140.
123.
Followed by 123 amidst
Steve,
a
you require
myriad of
40.
mediocre scores.
Game
But
shot on the
Brown's
third
3-0
leg.
up.
Steve Brown.
Him and Jack Garwood are sharing a laugh and a joke.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $45.
For Andy, he'll be frustrated with this. Yes, he's not got anything in terms of the table to play for, but this is not the sort of performance you want to put in on any sort of TV
57.
stage. And there'll be a frustration and almost a sense of embarrassment for Andy Hamilton at the moment, because he knows he's so much better and he doesn't want
80.
to show this standard of game.
$96.
I do feel he's digging very, very deep, but just really struggling with the release.
30.
Completely lost the timing.
And at this point, you just want to get out of there, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. You just want it over with. You know when there's something not feeling quite right. And it's strange how it happens, because
60.
it can happen 1 minute and then you come up 30 minutes later and everything's absolutely fine once again.
$21.
But it's contagious.
Like a cough in a vacuum. It spreads and spreads and spreads.
93.
Matthew Vegas sat next to me thinking, what on earth am I on about?
58.
Yes.
Not the first time, is it?
$38. $45. Andy, you require
Hamilton are going to chalk on the ball.
157.
157.
$97.
18 darts thrown here from Steve Brown in the scoring phase, and he's still on 2-2-2. When Steve Brown's
100.
on his game, he'd consider 18
Andy
darts to be a bad
requires
leg of
60.
darts, never mind to not even be on a finish. An indication into the way this game is going. That's the danger when you're always looking at that little part of the 20.
40.
The first dart at the double in this
Steve,
game
you
for the
require
hammer.
122.
Could be the last if Steve Brown could take out the 1-2-2. Opts to start on the bullseye. I don't think this will be one that either player's going to be
35.
looking at copying to
Andy, you require
DVD.
20.
Put it this way, it won't be on MSS Gold. 5-5.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Hamilton's still
leg.
in there,
Andy
and-
Hamilton.
Well, that was a leg one more of anger and frustration, more than elation and congratulation.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
You have to be a body language expert to work out how these two are feeling.
42.
But
95.
the victor of this game will move on to 8 points. And potentially, depending on what happens with Jarno Bottenberg, a spot in third place.
40.
I can tell you as a player, third, fourth, fifth, doesn't matter.
81.
What does matter, though, is not finishing bottom. That's where Andy Hamilton currently sits at the moment. Steve Brown is to beat Andy Hamilton here. The likelihood is Andy Hamilton is going to be the foundations of this table.
100.
Well, if Andy Hamilton can pull off a victory here, effectively the last game between Steve Brown and James Richardson would be a wooden spoon off.
100. $58.
Well, Brown here, 2-2-5 away from a 4-1 win. It hasn't been pretty.
$55.
Played at a very steady pace as well, this one. We've seen Steve Brown mix the pace up and we've seen him throw much quicker than this, but I think he's maybe a bit edgy about trying to get too quick, considering that Andy Hamilton is
170.
extremely deliberate. It would have been so ironic at a game that's had so many misses to end with the biggest of hitters.
130.
Brown missed the big fish. Can Hamilton find the little fish? The hammer may well find himself in a cardboard box if Brown finds his 65.
40. Steve,
For
you
4-1
require
victory.
65.
It's double 16 for a 4-1 win, which would put him on 8 points. Can he just clip it off the barrel?
33.
Oh, that's wild.
Andy, you require
I do
90.
love that route for 65 as well. It eliminates the possibility of hitting the ball and gives you the option to leave the preferred double 16. It's double 15 for the hammer.
$60. Steve, you require 32.
Double 16 to complete the job. Can he just kiss it off the barrel?
No score.
No. We're still going.
Andy, you require 30.
And would you believe that the thing that's been the strength for Steve Brown for so much of this week lets him down at the most important time?
Double 15. Inside, Brown gets another go.
18. Steve, you require 32.
Double 8.
Game
Well, it
shot
wasn't a
under
classic.
match. Steve
but
Brown.
The mop of the brow suggests that Steve Brown has got the victory against Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 1. Brown getting over the line, 4 legs to 1. The victor, neither know it's a classic. And so we will take a short break and we will see Jarno Bottenberg and Scott Taylor start the first round of the final round after this.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is...
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we have completed 4 rounds of 5 for the day. Myself and Matthew Edgar in commentary for all of the action, and we saw Steve Brown, shall I say, get the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 1. That sees out round 4. We begin round 5 with Jarno Bottenberg against Scott Taylor. That man on your screen needs a solitary leg to win the group against Bottenberg, who has seen his chances evaporate into the wind.
Game on.
So 1 leg for Taylor, and he confirms that favouritism when he started yesterday.
125.
But we nearly had a significant shot there as well. Our bet builder, which we provide you every day, which is
140.
A collection of the most backed options on the exchanges. We put that into a little treble for you at the start of the show. It's about 10 to 1 today, and that's waiting on this fixture. And if it was to land,
38.
It would require Jarno Bottenberg to hit 2 180s or more.
100. $58. Jarno, you require 142.
142. Well, that was a bit of a mess. He's squared up for a ton, but it didn't look pretty at all.
95. Jarno, you require 100.
He went bull.
60. Scott, you require 170.
Well, this would be some way to win the group. Can he do it on the fish?
95. Jarno, you require
Tell me
40.
what's happening here.
I wish I could.
20. Scott, you
25
require
bull.
75.
I'm calling it now. 25 bull. Tops. This is more conventional.
35. Jarno, you require 20.
This is getting a bit shambolic now. Double 5.
15.
And this is why Jarno Bottenberg's in this position where we can no longer qualify out this group. The missed opportunities just adding up towards the back end of today.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
that
Scott
confirms what we thought from the very start. Scotty Taylor wins Group C.
Taylor. Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 43.
Following this game, we've got 2 more games coming your way. David Schlichting taking on Andy Hamilton. Steve Brown taking on James Richardson.
180.
And if you followed that bet builder, that is half of the requirement completed.
140. 58.
It's landed a couple of times this week, hasn't it, as well? There was an 11 to 1 earlier in the week on the build-up.
Better than Does'
96.
tips.
Still waiting for that to land, aren't we?
57.
I never got to do a Henner's Tenors.
125.
And yet no one's disappointed.
Oh, that nearly landed.
140.
And he went for
Scott,
it as
you
well to
require
leave the double
97.
13.
Well, that 7 was still not the worst start in the world. And so
41.
Bottenberg back for 66
Jarno, you
to level
require
the piece at 1.
66.
1. Double 16.
50.
Nudges inside, and so Taylor's back
Scott,
for
you
2-0.
require 56.
Should be 2 at tops. Tops it is. 2-0
Shot on
it
the
is.
second leg, Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor's in full control. That's a
Third
snarl
leg,
if
it's
I've ever
Jarno to
seen
throw
one.
first. Game on. 55.
For Jarno, this will be his last outing here at the Super Series.
180. hit
He's given
it.
some good moments. Mostly when he's been filling up that treble bed.
140.
16 180s in this group. 21 180s in Group A.
140.
37 maxes. That's some going.
90.
The weekly record is 65, hit by Luke Little. Actually, there's a man next week who holds the record in 2 of the 3 series
55.
for maximums that he's played in. That's Steve West. He holds the record for Series 3 and has the current record for Series 5.
60. Scott, you require 126.
Taylor wants 126, a 3-0. Another one of them. La Bull.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Taylor.
3-0. Double break and a fist bump of acknowledgement from Jarno Bottenberg.
4th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 140.
There's also the last game that you'll see Scott Taylor, but he will be back tomorrow night. Joining Reece Robertson
81.
and David Schlichting. 3 more players will be coming through, and that will be coming up this evening around about 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV
100.
and the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. 3 more places to be filled.
60.
Matty Dennant, a favourite to win that group.
140.
This may well be Jarno Bottenberg's last chance to see out the bet builder.
60. Scott, you require 121.
May not get another go until it takes the 1-2-1 out. Right.
89.
It's going to have to be now, Jarno. No!
43.
To round it off 4-0.
Scott,
32
you require
for Scott Taylor.
32. 16.
We've got another go. We've got another go, Matt. No, 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 no.
59.
However, we
Scott,
might
you
get
require
another go if this
16.
doesn't go.
Game shot.
But
and the
Scott
match.
Taylor
Scott Taylor
is a 4-0 victor, and Super Scott may well be making another Super Series charge. He has won that game in under 7 minutes. Well, a nice little thumbs up from Jarno. He's enjoyed his week here. It wasn't to be in the end. A 4-0 defeat to Scott Taylor, an 89 average in the end. 4 out of 11 when it came to the finishing. Coming up after the break, it's going to be one final runner in this group for David Schlichting. We're going to see him back in the final tomorrow night. He takes on the hammer, Andy Hamilton, who's looking to end his week on a high.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back. Well, as quick as that, just 7 minutes it took Scott Taylor to win that last match, and it's a match that confirms him as the Group C winner back at finals night. Scott, congratulations. You've got the knack of this, haven't you? Never failed to qualify for finals night.
Yeah, a little bit. I think I played a lot better yesterday and didn't get results, and some of the darts I threw today was horrendous, really, but got a result in the end.
Were you doubting whether you would make it? And end
This
run?
morning I was definitely doubting it after yesterday. Everyone just seems to play the best against me, and I was thinking, I might be in a bit of trouble here today, but luckily I got through.
Have you found this week that the groups are getting stronger, that the standard's getting better? Or
Every time I come, it seems like they're getting stronger, but everyone's playing good at the minute, so it doesn't really matter who is in front of you, just got to win.
Attention turning to Saturday, the stage behind us. Look, you've been there before, you've won there before. How are you feeling about your chances?
Yeah, great. As long as I play like I did yesterday and not so much today, then I've got a very good chance of winning.
Yeah, and we've seen some fantastic performances from you on that stage as well on a Saturday night. Do you think that brings out the best in you?
Definitely, I love it here, and I always seem to play well here, no matter if I've not been playing or I've been playing really well or not so good. I always play good here, so I love it.
Yeah, we've got David Schlichting qualifying as well from this group. He's going to play the next game. Scott, we'll let you get off, rest, get ready for Saturday night. I don't know where I was going with that, but we know where you're going. You're going to finals night, and David Schlichting's going with you. Andy Hamilton's opponent for the next game, and Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. Plenty to unpack from that interview there with Scott Taylor, who, perhaps unsurprisingly, the way that he's played previously and the way he's been playing at times this week, will fancy the job tomorrow.
It's interesting how I picked up on the same sort of thing there that Scott Taylor was feeling, because when I went to speak to Chris Murphy yesterday, I said Scott Taylor's probably going to leave here and feel a lot disappointed because everyone seems to have played their best against him. Now, as players, we tend to think that anyway. We tend to always think the why me, woe is me sort of approach. But for Scott Taylor, it truly was the case. The numbers,
First
the stats,
leg, it's
everything
David
backs
to
it
throw
up.
first. Game on.
He ended up leaving here with just 3 wins, despite having a running average of 96.5.
57.
He lost a game to Steve Brown, who had a torrid time of things in Group A. And Scott Taylor averaged 104.20 and lost.
97.
He also lost with a 92.82.
99.
When we look across the performances of the rest of the players, it's very rare they ever go up to that mark, but they always seem to do it against Scotty T.
Dim the brakes, I suppose.
46.
I do think he was a little hard on himself in his interview there. Thought he played rubbish at times. I think he's been quite efficient at times. It's just been
99.
not all the time. He's done it at all the key moments, which is why he's gone through the card. 5 from 5. He's won the group. And he's going to be a strong contender for winning week 11.
But it doesn't surprise me he
94.
said that. And the reason I say that is because the way that we saw his body language at times during play, he looked very dejected. The glass looked a bit more half empty than it did half full at points.
Oh, it don't surprise me because I've toured with these guys for 11 years and I know the conversations that goes on. I've never heard anyone come off and go, oh, I'm really happy with that.
60. David, you require
146
146.
for Schlichting. Can you do a sick ting here? I promise to never say that again in my life.
130. $98. David, you
2
require
8s
60.
for the opening leg. Double 4.
Shot on the first leg. David Schlichting.
1-0 Schlichting. 17 darter to get himself on the board.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. 51. 59.
Who do you fancy tonight, Matt, in that Group B scenario?
I've flown my flag for Matty Dennett the whole time, and I'm going to stick with that. I did say at the start of the show today and the start of yesterday's show, and I'll say it at the start of tonight's show, and probably at the end of
58.
tonight's show, and the end of today's show. And every time I get the opportunity to say it, I think the double across the card, Scotty Taylor, Matty Dennett, is a very fine
100.
play. Obviously, you can't have that now because Scott Taylor's going to win the group. So if you did miss out that opportunity, make sure you're watching the start of the show.
Basically, what Matthew Edgar is doing right there is he's giving himself some self-praise, because there's no praise like self-praise, because he may have tipped this up.
108.
Max for Hamilton.
Well, there's no may about it. You know, you just got to
96.
watch back the footage and you can see it all there.
Now, you can't see this at home, but the grin on Matthew Edgar's face, sat next to me right now, could paint a picture worthy of the Louvre Museum in Paris.
58.
Hamilton first to a finish in this second leg.
$26. Andy,
This
you
would be
require
picture perfect if it went.
154.
Another one of them. Would have left himself a dart at tops.
You sound like Reece Robinson's doing a bit of guest
114.
commentary here. Another one.
Of the barrel.
Oh, that was
80.
in the corner, but I
Andy, you
think because the
require
angle of the
40.
dart, it's probably just hit the wire on the inset of the board.
Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
Found
Andy
1-1.
Hamilton.
18 darter for Andy Hamilton to level up the score.
Third leg, it's David to
You
throw
can
first.
sometimes get a dart bounce out
Game
like
on.
David Schlichting just got there. It's a very rare thing. You can see the mark in the bottom right-hand corner of the treble. And
58.
what we have nowadays with the board is it's a spider wire system, so to speak. So the wire actually goes deep set into the board, which gives you a cleaner playing area. Back in the day, what would happen is the wire would essentially be sat on top of the board fascia and then
99.
staple it to the fascia of the board. Now, because of that, there was more wire and more obstacle in the way, so you didn't just get a nice clean treble like we do
100.
now. And the wire had to be a lot thicker, of course, as well, which just goes to show when you see players like Phil Taylor was hitting 100-plus averages on those boards. We are much reduced playing area. This goes to show how
54.
much talent, how good, how he is the GOAT, and it will never be taken that title away from him.
Well, Chris Mason sits in this commentary box a
100.
lot, and he talks about that, doesn't he? And the fact that it'd be interesting to see how today's players, A, would have reacted on those boards, but also the players of yesteryear would react to the modern day technology in terms of the sport.
Well, I played on one of those boards, and I mean not too long ago.
57.
I was having a couple of days away, and we went for a practice, and they had one of the boards up with staples on a really old-fashioned board. And I thought, oh, beautiful. I want to have a go on this, see how I get on. If
99.
I'm saying 1 every 9 darts had a bounce out, I'm not exaggerating.
$140.
Schlichting
David,
down
you
to a
require
finish, 144 for 2-1 lead. Not going to happen. So Hamilton, who gave the 154 a bit of a scare in the last leg, and now looking to
77.
take out the 151.
Andy, you require
May have to take out the
151.
151 with Schlichting back on 67. Down to go up. Doesn't find the treble 18.
93.
Nice finish list for
David,
a
you
player that
require
likes
67.
the 16 and 8 combination. Single leaves him the option to go for the 18 for the double 16, where the treble would have put him on the double 8.
51.
Lovely checkout for
Andy, you
player
require
likes to end
58.
in that bottom left-hand corner of the board. But this is significantly improved for Andy Hamilton. I really did fear for him in this game, considering what we saw from him just a game ago against Steve Brown.
48.
Baseburn darts a double 10 and Schlichting comes
David,
back
you
for double
require
8.
16.
Can he just nudge it off the barrel? Has to move across, has to shimmy. It's a Schlichting shimmy.
Is that move a bit too wide? That is a massive adjustment.
No score.
Just clattered into the equipment.
Andy, you require 10.
I think it was actually on target.
No score.
Plus the score. Plus the score. David comes
David,
back.
you require 16. Game shot on the
And
third
this time,
leg.
no mistake.
David Schlichting.
2-1 to Schlichting.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
And
Game
that was my
on.
concern for Andy Hamilton against Steve Brown, the losing of the line, and often to the right-hand side. Again, loses the
46.
line of sight, which is just an issue with the release. Timing not there at the moment for the hammer.
140.
And so, if you have just joined us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this 5 o'clock on a Friday night in the UK, this is what you've missed. Scott Taylor has won Group C by amassing 16 points and plus 15 on the legs
43.
difference. David Schlichting is also through, having picked up 14 points. And there's, well, a sea of difference
58.
between second and third. Obviously, this is the live table, so this is assuming Schlichting picks up the win. You move on to 14 points. Brown on 8. There's been a, well, the devil and the deep blue sea between second and third in this table. It's been dominated by those two players.
115.
And they are rightly into tomorrow night's final, where they're going to join Reece Robinson for the 11th space of 12 in our
99.
Champions Week finale at the back end of October. Imagine this is a nice little
100.
bit of tea time, isn't it? Good thing for a Friday. Go and get a nice little chippy tea, sat in front of your telly, watching the darts.
140.
Getting ready for an evening session of darts as well, when we're back at 10 o'clock for the conclusion of Group B, where we will fill up tomorrow night's lineup with our final 3 places awarded. Everyone still in the running tonight.
120.
Just had to double check whether that third
David,
dart had
you
any kind
require
of penetration
64.
anywhere. It didn't. And so Schlichting 64. It's going to be a dart at tops for a 3-1 lead in the break of throw.
24.
Doesn't go. And
Andy, you
Hamilton
require
comes
77.
back for 77. Double 10. Desmond,
Game shot on the
2-2.
fourth flag. Andy Hamilton.
What is your go-to at a chippy?
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Whatever's on special.
43.
Fair enough.
115.
I like to get a lot of food for a lot of discount.
58.
Now I know why I've seen you frequent around some of the establishments that you do.
98.
Schlichting's going to have to work out some dinner plans, though, isn't he? He's going to be here another day. He's done his job. He's here on debut.
108!
He's through to Saturday night. At the start of the week, when I had to chat with him, he'd have been delighted with this achievement. How far can he go? Can he go all the way?
70.
I know the Bale will be certainly hoping so on our socials.
If he does win it, good luck to our social media team because they're going to be inundated. He has been a
100.
popular character, David Schlichting, this week. And I'm sure there's going to be a sizable contingent watching tomorrow night to see how he gets along.
58.
I'll be watching on from home.
David, you require
And
120.
Schlichting takes out the 120. Or looks to take out the 120. Maybe I've preempted his future. He does
Game
take
shot on
out
the
the
fifth flag.
120.
David
He
Schlichting.
climbs the ladder to full effect. To lead.
$105.
Although Reece Robinson tomorrow night has promised us a 150 finish, 3 bullseyes.
96.
That would be, even for Mr. Must-See, something out of the extraordinary.
Well, I was just having a little look at the socials to see the support for, well, from the Bale for the Turtle.
100.
About getting through to Saturday night. I'm sure if you are based in the UK and you are part of the Bale, David Schlichting would be delighted to see some support down here. He's feeling it through the socials, but you could see it tomorrow. Get yourself down here and support your man. David Schlichting is just
59.
4 wins away from booking a place at Champions Week.
I've actually been told in my ear that the production staff will buy anyone in a turtle costume a free
134.
drink if they turn up in a turtle costume.
You're going to turn up in a turtle costume now tomorrow, aren't you?
I think this is the point where they say terms and
86.
conditions apply.
I heard the same message. It said anyone.
I so hope there's 100 people who turn up in a turtle costume tomorrow.
59. David, you require
151 for the
151.
turtle to end the week in terms of qualification darts on a high.
Just picturing the end of the night, anyone passing by and 100 turtles walk out of a venue.
115. Andy, you require 167.
This would be something out of the top drawer. It could well be the last darts Andy Hamilton throws this week. Preparations for him will now be setting his sights upon the Circus
93.
Tavern and the World Seniors
David, you
Championship in
require
February.
36.
But for David Schlichting, he's going to be back tomorrow night for the final. And he
Game
rounds
shot
off
and the
his
match.
qualification
David
campaign
Schlichting.
with a victory. He does the double over former world finalist, and that victory was one that he has held quite highly to the collection. Another little celebration from David Schlichting. A 4-2 victory against Andy Hamilton rounds off his group stage campaign. Doing so with an average just under the 84 mark, 4 out of 11 when it came to the finishing, including a Shanghai checkout in all. Coming up after the break, the final game of the group, the final day of the final group campaign. Brown Richardson next.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. I'm now joined by our other qualifier from Group C, David Schlichting. Congratulations, made it through to finals night, the first attempt. Sum up how you're feeling.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm feeling very well, of course. Coming to Monday, I probably was barely considering making finals night at all. After Group A, I was considering it, but like not as a set goal. But after yesterday, of course, it was a goal, and I'm very glad I made it because, yeah, it's a pretty stacked group, and being in the first half of it is a great feeling. And of course, finals night. After you've had 25 matches, you have what, at most 4 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
Yeah, you seem to have enjoyed yourself while you've been here as well. You know where the
Yeah,
cameras
of
are.
course.
We know that.
Yeah.
Is that something that you've sort of done as the week's gone on? You've grown into it,
Yeah, a
or is
little
that
more.
just you?
Both. It's actually both because, of course, I like it a lot, playing in front of cameras, and it's actually helped me play better. I'm actually feeling less pressure when there's a camera pointing at me. But still, you're getting used to it even more and more and more, and it's not getting worse, is it? You're not getting less used to it or anything.
Mm-hmm. Tomorrow, then, with a crowd, will that bring out even more enjoyment and even more looks like that and celebrations, etc.?
Well, it'll happen spontaneously. I don't know if I'm going to give it large every time I'm going to hit something. Probably not, but I'll definitely enjoy it. Like, not just the cameras. I like seeing people watch me as well. So it'll definitely not be a negative for me.
Well, we've enjoyed having you here, and we're looking forward to seeing you again on Saturday. So congratulations. We'll let you go and prepare.
Everybody's favourite person this week. What a character. But his darts have also done the talking as he
First
qualifies
leg, it's
through to
Steve to
Saturday
throw
night's
first.
final.
Game on.
Do you know what? Shall we go home and just let him guest commentate on this last match? That'd be great fun.
100.
Well, you can. That would be great fun, wouldn't it? I'm going to do what David told me to do and enjoy this game of darts.
Yeah, let's enjoy.
96.
But like Neil Warnock would say, these two could enjoy it, but they're going to have to enjoy it by being disciplined.
140.
Steve Brown can secure a third spot in the group with a victory in this one.
100.
He's pretty much got it sealed and delivered.
51.
Oh, hello.
He's already hit one of these. Oh, wow.
20.
So
James, you require
bonfire night.
170.
Another one. For another one.
137.
Kind of disappointed Steve Brown didn't go big 15, actually, with that last start. Another poke at the 170 himself.
45.
Because even a single 20
James,
with
you
the last
require
start would have left him a
33.
non-finish.
Double 16. Double 12. 1-0.
Shot on the first
James
leg,
Richardson.
James Richardson.
Well, Richardson with the chalk on the boards and with the chalk
Second
on
leg,
his
it's James to
hands.
throw first. Game on. 140.
I think Steve's realised it wasn't his throw. Either that or he was just trying to utilise the time in front of the cameras. Maybe David Schlichting's rubbed off on him.
58.
James Richardson will probably be thinking, where's this been? He's already hit 3 140s.
60. $41.
Interesting. So he's concerned about one of his points. He doesn't think they're quite sharp enough. And he's trying to work out which one it is. And he takes off one
66.
of the rings off of the dart so he can identify which one it was.
42. $90.
And this is why a lot of players will have like different color coordinated flights or things like that, so that you know which dart is which.
46.
I believe it's
James,
dart
you require
3.
145.
He doesn't have a ring on the end, so he can identify which one he feels needs a bit of work, a bit of roughing up.
47.
Or a replacement point. Nowadays, with how accessible darts are, you tend to find that people just
60.
change their darts. But these are a
James,
very
you
old set of
require
darts
98.
that Steve Brown is using. It's obviously something he feels really comfortable with.
Game shot on the second leg, James Richardson.
This is a very comfortable performance here from James Richardson. 2-0 up in double quick time, just 3 minutes and 26
Third
seconds.
leg, it's Steve to throw first.
To be
Game
halfway
on.
to victory.
Now, this is going to be the last match that we're together this week, Matt. And so I just want to get your overall
82.
assessment of the week so far.
I think it's been
95.
good. I think we've got a couple of runners already in terms of who could win on Saturday. And depending on what we see tonight,
60.
I think there could be 3 players in with a major shout here. I wouldn't like to be trying to price this one up.
60.
Don't know why, because you've been getting it right all week.
100.
Sorry, what was, I had my headset cut out there. What did you say?
I said that you might have been getting it right all week.
Might have.
100.
One more time.
99.
Go on then, Vigo Vent.
I said you might have got it right.
I'll take it.
100. Steve, you require
Brown
160.
would take this. It's a 160 to get himself back in the game. He's already taken one of them out today. Did so amongst the 120 as well, and that 4-2 defeat to
James, you
David
require
Schlichting.
146. 60. Steve, you require 60.
To bring it back to 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
Beautiful
Steve Brown.
combination finish there from Steve Brown to haul it back to 2-1. Richardson with the darts here in the fourth to open up a 2-leg
Fourth
buffer
leg, it's
once
James
more.
to throw first. Game on. $57. 96. 100.
Just completely relaxed in the action now, isn't he, James Richardson? And he'll probably
60.
be wondering how he can get into this sort of mindset, into this frame of playing with this level of freedom.
100. 83. 100. 58.
Good use of the 18s there
James,
for
you
Steve
require
Brown to try and keep the
144.
opportunity alive with the third dart. I meant the third dart mattered.
134.
Well, it's different. Leaves himself 10. Maybe he just loves a bit of double 5.
95. James, you require
Mabel
10.
double 5. This is Love Hive. 3 for double 1.
No score. Steve, you require 109.
Pull for tops.
69.
And that would have been a top shot.
James, you require 10.
This for 3-1. He's split 2 double 4.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Richardson
leg. James
is 3-1 in
Richardson.
the lead. He's a leg away now from winning our final game of the session. A sweet victory for him if he
Fifth
could
leg,
seal
it's
it.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Can Brown muster a comeback? Well, it's got to start from here.
125. 43. 23.
Don't forget, we are back tonight from 10 o'clock for the conclusion of Group B. And we're going to find out the final 3 identities through to tomorrow night's final. And then we'll be live tomorrow night, 7:30 for that finale.
121.
Before we go live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock. And don't forget, if you've missed any of this session, you've missed any of the key moments, then you can watch the highlights on our YouTube channel.
58.
And don't forget to subscribe to our social channels. Plenty of great content coming out there recently, including the brand new Bullseye Challenge.
85.
Well, Steve Brown has already had a 147 in this group campaign. He hit one yesterday.
100. Steve, you require 147.
Against Scott Taylor. And he may well be on the cusp of doing it again.
James, you require
misses the double 18 to do so. This to win in style. Tops to win it for 160. And it just bends the tops
Steve,
wire.
you require 36.
Double 18.
Game
for
shot on the
3-2.
fifth flag. Steve Brown.
Richardson with the throw in the last, or what could well be the last leg, the sixth leg.
Sixth flag, it's James to throw first. Game on.
If you're wondering where Matthew Edgar's
41.
gone, he's headed up to the balcony. And he's done something which is probably very, very dangerous of a human being to do. To leave me in
66.
a commentary box unaccompanied.
$125. 100. 60.
Well, Brown here with the opportunity here against the darts with that slack visit from Richardson.
66.
But after that first dart, he has not been able to take any advantage. And now the energy just sapping a little bit.
60.
From both players. The energy levels have been drained to some degree. It's been a long week for both players. Steve Brown was here
28.
since the crack of dawn on Monday morning. James Richardson, his second attempt in this particular series, 65. And that's going to end in the same vein as the first. Although he may well end with a win. 150 points away. Now, come on, James. Bull, bull, bull.
99. James, you require 150.
Ah, that's boring and conventional.
100.
Hold
Steve,
on.
you require 142.
Hold the front page. Hold the back page. Tots of Brown.
Game shot on the sixth flag. Steve Brown.
A 142. Just when James Richardson thought I was going to win the match on the bull.
Seventh and final leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Lovely
60.
reaction there from James Richardson. This game sometimes leaves you in raptures.
82.
Remember, Richardson had opened up a 3-1 lead. Matthew Edgar thought it was all over. Brown might be seeing the turnaround, and Richardson nearly tripped up on the oche.
55. 100.
Well, Richardson here needs a match just to stay in touch. It's not going to happen.
58.
And so Steve Brown, from the brink of defeat, may well snatch out a victory.
30.
James, 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 James. You should not be staying there because the 140 would have left you on a bogey, my friend.
95.
And so Brown back for 91 to seal a comeback victory in the final game of the session. A game
48.
that Richardson had led
Steve
by 3
required
legs to 1 was
91.
in full command of.
51.
And he will return for tops.
James, you require 158.
If Richardson cannot take out the 158, which he can't take out, Brown is back for tops.
29. Steve, you require 40.
For the match,
shot
for the
and the
win,
match,
and Steve
Steve
Brown's
Brown.
week ends with a victory. It puts him into 3rd spot in the Group C table, having amassed 10 points all told. James Richardson's campaign ends in defeat. His 2nd run at the Super Series ends with a loss. Brown the victor by 4 legs to 3 with an average of 78.13. 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling, and a 1-4-2 highlight checkout when James Richardson looked like he was going to go for the ball to win the match. Steve Brown beating James Richardson in our final game of the session by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, indeed. And as the players left the stage, they were still talking about that 1-4-2 from Steve Brown, a really fitting way to end the day.
Yeah, I think James Richardson wanted to talk about that actually as they was coming off, because it was a big moment in that game that really turned that one around and put the emphasis back into Steve Brown. Really good way for Steve Brown to end the week as well, because he's been here all week. He's had a bit of a torrid time. He's gone through so many different emotions, I think. But one thing that he's been is very professional. He's stuck to the task. So it's nice to see him end with some positivity.
Absolutely. Well, at the end of the day, let's see how all of the matches played out. The last 4 games that we already knew who was going through, but Scott Taylor getting that 4-0 win over Jarno Bottenberg. He only needed 1 leg to be crowned the group winner. And David Schlichting signing off with a win as well. They're the 2 players that are going through. We'll start by talking about Scott Taylor, because he did struggle a bit yesterday by his own admission, but he really did bring some of his best stuff today.
He didn't struggle at all. He played very, very good darts, but what he struggled to do was to get results, to turn those into performance. Now, I picked up on this yesterday, and I said that it felt like everyone was playing their best darts against Scott Taylor. And when he came up and spoke to you earlier on, he bought into that exact same story. He was feeling that same vibe. Now, as a player, that's a concern, because you feel like you've got to push harder and do more. And that's probably why the results or the performance dropped today, because maybe he's just trying too hard to try and dominate every situation rather than just win the most. And he did actually win the most situation, won every single match today, 5 from 5, which is just so ironic that actually the numbers suggest that yesterday was a better day, but the results are with today.
Yeah, you're right. He just looked comfortable all day. He said to me, actually, the worst part of the day was doing an interview with me, but that could go for anybody, couldn't it? The way things aligned today, we did have this match in the middle of the day or towards the end of the day where Taylor and Schlichting played each other, and we got a bit of drama, didn't we, in it? We saw maybe David, for the first time, was starting to think about being at finals night.
Well, he said to me at the start of play on Monday, we had a bit of a chat together. I chatted to all the debutants just to get a little bit of a vibe, because you can look at numbers, you can look at results and stats, but you don't really get a flavour for it other than speaking to the player and sort of trying to unlock the mind a little bit and hear about what their goals and aspirations are. David Schlichting didn't really have many goals or aspirations. His sort of goals and aspirations sort of come off the back of this week rather than what this week actually held, because I don't think he genuinely thought that this was a week he was going to get through to the finals, and he now is. And he's not just done it, he's actually done it with quite a bit of comfort, which he can take comfort in that from the table as well and move that into tomorrow and take sort of pride in what he's done so far, but also he'll be feeling the support he's getting. I've been checking the socials, and there's a lot of support going the way of David Schlichting. He's a very popular guy on social media, and he'll go back to his hotel tonight. He'll be reading those messages of support, and he's going to feel on top of the world. I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow if we see him improve again.
Yeah, he missed multiple match darts in that one, but the next game, Jarno Bottenberg, he was still in contention. James Richardson knocked him out, and then David Schlichting got through as a result. Richardson a bit of a spoiler in that sense.
Officially, yes. Unofficially, I'll say no. The damage was already done at this point. Jarno Bottenberg losing to Steve Brown the game beforehand made it an almost impossible task for Jarno Bottenberg to get through. He had to win that. He then had to win his next. He needed David Schlichting to lose games. It was kind of all over the place. He needed a lot to go in his favour. The game, I think, was lost in that Steve Brown game when he lost 4-1 and he just couldn't finish a leg, missing multiple opportunities, giving Steve Brown the chances, and he did what Steve Brown's been doing when he's given those chances. He took them.
So, and from that sort of agony of missing those darts, he'd have been relaxing in the practice room, David Schlichting, and then he would have been a very happy turtle, although he's been a very happy turtle all week, hasn't he, here at the Super Series? He has really made his presence felt on that stage and entertained everybody.
I like what he said as well when he said that this actually helps him relax with it, and I really, really like the part where he said about it just organically coming through. I think sometimes when people start doing this, they feel like they have to continue it. And we saw when he actually qualified, he just walked off the stage absolutely normal. We was expecting something. He didn't feel it, so he didn't do it. And he's a guy that's just going with the emotions. He's not trying to force something through. And we've seen it so many times where players do something and then they've got to live up to that and they've got to continue doing it. And actually it becomes more of a distraction rather than something that helps them. And this is something that he's just saying, I'm not going to hold back. If I feel like doing something, I'm going to do it, which tells you he's really confident up there on the stage.
Well, let's get final confirmation then of this group. You've just seen the two players going through, Scott Taylor and David Schlichting. Actually, Steve Brown, with that last result, ended up finishing in 3rd place. But you think any of these players could come back another week, another series, and get to finals night?
Absolutely. I'm going to chuck on number 4 there, Jarno Bottenberg, and say I'd like to see him again because I've seen a lot from a debutant there, a young debutant who's came here with no real expectation. He's getting himself ready for Lakeside. He went to that qualifier with no expectation and got through it as well. So I'd like to see him back here again because I think there's a player in there. We saw it with the maximum hitting. One of the best 180 hitters I've seen here at the Super Series. And if you can just gel things together a little bit, which only comes with experience, and you're only going to experience by doing. So he's a player I'd love to see back here.
Right, we've got another group going to be completed tonight. The story of the week so far, Rhys Robinson, the winner of Group A, Scott Taylor and David Schlichting going through to finals night as well. And Group B will be concluded tonight. But out of those 3 that are already through, Matt, where's your 50 pence?
It's can I go 25 pence each on Scott Taylor and Rhys Robinson at the moment, and then if Matty Dennett goes through tonight, can I have 15 pence on each of them and keep 5p for myself?
Yeah, I thought you might say something like that. If Matty Dennett goes through, or will it be a case of when he goes through? We'll take a look at the Group B table. Didn't get the full house last night, lost to Tom Lonsdale in the end. So Dennett sitting on 6 points with Lonsdale. Are you expecting both of those to go through, or do you think there could be some movement in this group?
Honestly, and I think it's going to be a bit boring to say, but I think the top 3 stay the top 3. Maybe we just change the order in which the top 3 are. But I do think that's our top 3 tonight going through. Matty Dennett, I think, does win that group. I've been saying all the way through that it's a nice little double with Scott Taylor. The Scott Taylor side of it has landed. Now we move our attention to tonight. Can Matty Dennett confirm that double?
We will find out this evening. We return at 10 p.m. for the final 10 matches of the league stages this week, and then we'll be back, of course, for finals night tomorrow. The final 3 places will be filled this evening, so do join us then.
After 12, we used to seeing him either leaving a double or a 2-dart combination. Oh, double 14.
Well, the second leg.
That
Luke
is
Littler.
what he has in the locker. That was a beauty. Hotel around the corner. Doors open at 6:30.
Game shot on the first
PM.
leg. Luke Littler.
I don't know what it is about that finish. I just love it. Observe this young man. Hoping their own
11.
offspring get somewhere near what he's achieving. $81 left. Well, he's Give us 3 balls. Oh, nearly did a Steve West.
125. Luca 110.
He did go ball.
Game shot in the match.
He went
Luke
ball.
Littler.
Fortunately, found a small 18, which left 32.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game shot on the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117 checkout, an average of 109.31.
Your winner for week 10, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Luke, you require 132.
Now Littler wants a couple of bullseyes. He may come away. No, he stayed there and he's found a way. Oh,
Game
yes,
shot on
what
the
a checkout
third
that
leg.
is.
Luke Littler.
Wasn't sure there was room for another. How wrong was I? How right was he? This match already. Another one in there. Leaves. Double 16.
Game
wow.
shot on the 6th
Well, the
leg.
1-3-2
Luke Littler.
was exceptional. And that 1-4-6 can be put in the same bracket. But even I can work that one out. Makes 75%.
180.
This has got to be right up there with the match we've seen a little earlier. Luke was involved in that one. It was against Justin Hood that time, and he
140.
He lost.
He still needed 2 enormous finishes to even get to this position. Oh, it's
141.
exceptional. It's absolutely exceptional. He could win it by breaking the throw with a 10-darter.
spectacular.
135. Luke, you require 40. Game, shot,
And that,
and the match,
ladies
Luke Littler.
and gentlemen, is what all the fuss is about.
You're playing with a lot of freedom. It's this man under the pressure.
Game shot on the
and
fourth
he
leg.
responds.
Luke Littler.
And that's a 3rd consecutive ton plus out.
121.
Well, we're waiting for a pivotal moment in this match. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour. The 16-year-old leads 3-1 and is making a powerful start shootout on Champions Night. Well, he wants a bit of noise.
They asked, Littler delivered.
Do you know what that tells me? That both players there knew exactly the scenario in this match, because he waited until he was... Yeah, 11 bull. Bull. And he conducts the crowd.
Game.
The greatest throw now. This prodigy, Luke Littler, showboating at the Super Series. Bullseye, 11 bullseye. 100% he's doing
63.
He's hit his last 4 darts at the bull. He's gone bull 11 bull, and now he wants 3 bulls. There's one of them. This is ridiculous. Oh!
Rubbish.
What's all the hype
91.
about? It's to finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double 14. And Luke Littler,
Super Series champion.
the leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the 3rd MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he?
The champion of the MODUS Super Series in Series 3 is the Luke Littler!
See if this goes first. I like that.
Game shot on the second leg. Luke Littler.
Maturity from Luke Littler, the 1-2-7 in game.
Yourself, it's more the team around you that can keep you in the best possible way. Oh, this is absolutely excellent. Double 10
Game
for
on the
1-3-4
third leg.
to put Luke Littler
Littler.
2-1 in front. And just when the game needed a little bit of a spark, Luke has dropped a nuke.
Luke Littler 170.
For sure.
Another. Leaves the bullseye. Oh, it's
Game shot the
absolutely
sixth
marvellous
leg.
from Luke Littler.
Luke Littler.
But almost expected.
No.
There we go. That's why he gets the big bucks.
Listen, I know
180.
you take each game as they come, but there is such a huge gap in terms of their
120.
numbers just this evening. Never mind
Look,
going over
147.
historical stats. But the flip of the coin may be that he feels like he's under no pressure because there's no expectation.
What about now?
Game shot the first leg.
Thus
Luke
allowing him.
Littler. 180.
He'll stay there.
170.
Series champion. Seals his spot at finals night once again. Luke Littler needed one victory and he's got it. 19s for starters. Nails it. And now the bull nails it. 3-1. Luke Littler does get his little moment of glory.
Probably just wanting this to be over.
Yeah, he's just walked into something very, and you can just see how it's just that little bit of, it's just that measurement, isn't it? He's measured and he's taking just that little bit of extra caution.
135. He's not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again. 180. This is sensational from Luke Littler. 140.
Barton's come back with a 140, but with this 45, oh, he's finally missed something. It's double 16, but he didn't miss for long. What an amazing, amazing final win from Luke Littler. 4-0 win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your Week 8 champion, Luke Littler!
If you look at his record in qualifying for Champions Week, it's rather impressive.
180.
And the only person I can think of who reminds me of Steve West is Josh Payne last year, who had this ridiculous record of qualifying for Saturday night every time he came here.
Require 82.
Matt Clark, another one.
Game shot on the
Just a
second leg, Luke
Casual little 11 dart hole.
Luke to require 111.
Bull. 11.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Luke Littler.
What more can be said? That is classic. Or should I say, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, about a 16-year-old boy.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to
That's
throw
vintage
first.
Luke
Game
Littler.
on.
He's not far away from qualification. He's one dart away. And that was it. We've got our first non-side checkout of the week. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
Second leg, it's
That
Luke
means
to throw
that Littler
first.
goes through
Game on.
with Colin Osborne, and Robinson now, all he can do is smile because he might be on the end of a real shellacking here. The mood that Littler's in.
Remember, all the players watch this. They'll be fully aware of. Oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game
He is bringing these fans to their feet. They've both got 100% on doubles in this match so far. It's double five. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final.
Gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Sometimes you've got to watch what you say on the balcony, Murph. We've all been there. But this is an old Dutch clash, and we've seen plenty of battles like that this week between the likes of Merckx and Patrick van den Bogaard.
First leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
But we have seen the likes of Mandigas and Patrick eliminated. We're about to see a fast-flinging game. Will it be as quick as yesterday? Because 6 minutes 51 seconds. So Klassen win by 4 legs to 0 yesterday. That is the last thing that Alexander wants tonight.
It's interesting you say things about, well, now the players will know because they've heard me play on the balcony. I walk to the toilet, I can hear Chris Murphy on the balcony, which is further away than the stage is. However, when I played in this, I didn't hear a single word of what was said up there.
Interesting.
130.
I don't think we're going to get much time to mull over things in this game.
83.
They
Alexander
both got a
51.
maximum in the first leg of this match. But Alexander has taken it in
the first
11
leg,
darts.
Alexander Merckx.
And he's broken it in a minute. 59 seconds.
Second leg, Alexander to throw first. Game
Remember
on.
that TV show when they used to go around and cut open the storage lockers and sell it all on auction?
Storage Wars.
I feel like we're going to have to
137.
commentate like the auctioneer used to. Remember when he was like, bid 3, bid 4, bid 5?
100.
And don't forget to pay the lady.
100.
I feel like that's how we're going to have to commentate on this game because this is potentially going to break yesterday's record.
This isn't an auction, this is darts, but yes, it is quick. Every time someone hits a double,
100.
we're going to have to say, yep.
$137.
And if they miss,
Alexander require 164.
You say no. But he might not miss.
121.
This is a really good blitz from Alexander the Great.
83. Alexander require 43.
This is exactly what he needed, even though he's missed a single.
27. Yellow require 121.
51 for Bull. Not found.
58.
And as the
Alexander require
seconds tick
16.
by, Jordan Brooks's participation in
On the second
Saturday is
leg,
wilting
Alexander Merckx.
like cold spinach in a hot pan with butter on top.
Third leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
One more leg, and Alexander will join Klassen
55.
in Saturday night. And if that is the case, it would be Littler, Białecki, Ward,
135.
Bolton, Klassen, Merckx. 4 weekly champions
58.
from previous series in the same finals night. And the only 2 that haven't got them are Białecki, who's got a perfect record in making Saturdays here, against Ward, who was only on his way on the comeback.
190.
In the time it took you to tell us who could potentially be playing on Saturday
90.
night, we're nearly at the end of the leg.
I'll just be quiet.
41.
Well, he's left to
Alexander
finish.
Yuhua,
Look on the bright side,
142.
Yella.
50. Yellow Yuhua, 167.
Is he going to find it?
99.
It looks like
Alexander
he's using
Yuhua,
the same
92.
equipment as the previous two games.
Game shot
There
the
it
third
is
leg,
then.
Alexander Merckx.
It's all sewn up. Whether he knows it or not, he's back on Saturdays.
Fourth leg, Alexander to throw first.
They both
Game
are. What a great performance this has been from Alexander. He's thrown 42 darts
96.
for a 3-0 lead. It's fast becoming the performance of the week.
And let me just rewind.
140.
About half an hour ago, you said if it comes down to that last game, Alexander Merckx will perform because he performs best in this
136.
situation.
Well, there you go.
55.
I've seen it enough times. He has the tendency, when the urgency button is pressed, to go a little bit crackers.
85.
This is performance of the week so far. And in the context of what it means, just makes it even more impressive.
64.
There's 64 off to leave a Shanghai 120. And here's what's weird. If he hits this, he will beat Klaassen quicker than Klaassen beat him yesterday. Double top.
80. Yellow
In fact, had he hit that, he would have broken 5.5 minutes. He still has a
31.
chance
Alexander
for 4-0.
40.
There it is.
Shot and the match.
An
Alexander
astonishing quick game of darts. That did not take long. And if you consider the fact that yesterday's 4-0 was quick at 6 minutes 51, that one was 70 seconds quicker. And it's one of the best performances of the week. Alexander Merckx has just rubber-stamped his way into Saturday night for another time and another chance for a second weekly title. Yella's already got two.